2.5 hours late because, well, you know, things never quite go to plan, don't they? Hello, guys. I know we're super late. So the TLDR, just to let you guys know what's up and what's basically happened, is that the GSL qualifiers got announced, and the GSL qualifiers were placed to be today. That's obviously kind of shitty on our side because we are kind of in a position where we already had this tournament planned out. The playoffs are already set to be across the weekend. I specifically chose this weekend because for me it's very important that these playoffs are on a weekend. That's something I always want to try and do for my playoffs nowadays. And as such, I really trying to just, focus on that and, keep that as a kind of main focus and a main priority. So, unfortunately, obviously, basically the GSL qualifiers got announced today. The players said they didn't know what time it was going to be, but they figured it would probably be just about okay as long as we were a little bit flexible on the schedule. So, we were, that was, no problem for me. Turned out the GSL qualifiers were 3 hours before our tournaments. I thought that'll be no problem. 3 hours for GSL qualifiers, that's actually very typical. That's very normal. The GSL qualifiers decided to pick a whole new format that's never been seen before and basically made them play 2 sets of qualifiers. Basically, you played a qualifier to determine which qualifier you're into. It was a whole thing. They've basically played a quadruple elimination bracket today, so it's still going on. And we are now they're now 5.5 hours in. Which would be great if they were streaming it or making some kind of a show out of it, but that's just not been happening. So that's just been a whole thing. It's been a little bit wild. We're still right now waiting for players. So we're still not exactly ready to go, but we're getting close because ByuN is here at least. So yeah. Yeah, kind of a funny one. So it's just been a day, basically. No streams for qualifiers. Well, if they release a replay pack, I will do a bunch of GSL qualifier streams. I'm sure a bunch of other people will. I don't actually have much to stream this week, so if they put the qualifier replay pack on, I will do it. But, it's just been unlucky because, obviously, it wasn't, I've had my tournament scheduled. This tournament's been scheduled for over a month, so it's just unlucky that it clashed, and it's unlucky that they then picked a format. If I'd known the format they were going to go in for and knew it was going to take this long, I would have pre-played the matches, But I thought we were going to start 30 minutes late at worst, Not 2.5 hours late. So yeah. So yeah. Been a thing. It has been a thing for sure. What am I trying to do over here? Yes, I was just talking about GSL qualifiers. GSL qualifiers are going on. Yes, I was trying to put the bracket on the pin command. We should have a chat bot available in the YouTube stream, but it's not there right now. I'm not sure how to make it actually join the YouTube stream. So I'm trying to figure that out as well. I can't, it said it wouldn't work until the stream was live, and now the stream is live, it's still not that, so trying to figure that out. What he's mad about, there's too much StarCraft too, and he wants to kill the scene a bit. Yeah, pretty much. You've been waiting for 2 hours, 30 minutes since DL.net said 12 PM. Yeah, well, I try to update it everywhere, but it's obviously very difficult to update everywhere, and I've been trying to keep on top of the things, so... Yeah, just, we had it live, we had it in our stream title and stuff and so on, we were delayed until GSL qualifiers finished, but we were just waiting. I've literally been sat here for 2.5 hours waiting myself. So, been a day. It's been a day of just sat here waiting. We're gonna shift the schedule around a little bit. ByuN qualified, so ByuN finished up already. But also, if you're on the YouTube chat, ignore me type in 2025 a lot. I'm trying to figure out why the bot's not joining, or if the bot is going to join. Oh, chat alert. No. No, I don't want that one. Yo, they call me T-Tot88. Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Like, it should just be there. How do you get... There we go. Chat, mate. I'm so confused. Oh, I've got top chat on. Oh my god, I can change the type of chat that I see? Oh. What if I typed that now? Is it there? The bot's still not there, but that was something that was wrong. Okay. That's progress. We'll see if the bot shows up. So yeah. Is there some way to watch the GSL qualifiers? No. There's not any way to watch GSL qualifiers. Hopefully they post them onto their Patreon, the replays, and if they post them on their Patreon, we will make a show out of it next week, because I'm not actually here next week. Sorry, I'm here next week. I don't have anything to stream next week, so my hope is that we can do some GSL qualifiers as something for us to kind of stream for a couple of days, cover some of the matches, because there's been some great matches today in GSL. I've been refreshing the bracket all day and obviously keeping track of things. So yeah, lots going on. Seen some kind of wild results as well, by the way, in GSL. It's actually been a little crazy, I'm not gonna lie. But I'll not say them out loud in case people don't want to have spoilers and in case they want to watch our coverage. Like I say, I will try to stream them next week. If they provide the replays on Patreon, we will go for it. We will do that. I just don't know how to get this bot to, like... I don't know how to know if this... I don't know how to know if the bot's in the YouTube chat or not, you know? I just don't know how to check that. I am shown as live in the Streamerlands dashboard as well. Maybe it's just going to take a little while to update. Give it some time. But yeah. So guys, we're basically just waiting for Trigger and Shin to finish playing their current series that they're playing in GSL. When they finish, we can go into Trigger versus ByuN is where we're at, and that's what we're doing. So we are just waiting for that. Might take a little while. The current way of things is that we will probably cut one match from today. So yeah, we'll probably cut one match out and bring it back down a little bit. So yeah. Would have been allowed for other streamers to stream GSL qualifiers? No. No one's allowed to stream GSL qualifiers. No one has permission. Yeah, no one has permission. So yeah, no one has permission to stream the qualifiers. Frank on Soup streams the replays. Yeah. I would I like I say, like in the past they have put the replays onto Patreon. So if they put the replays onto Patreon, yeah, if they put the replays onto Patreon, a bunch of people will cast them. I will cast them probably. I'm sure a bunch of the other, community streamers will cast them. What's the reason for that? Wouldn't help to raise interest. Well, GSL's never really been very good at doing anything with the foreign audience. at all. I actually, you guys might remember this, but I did an interview with the StarCraft historian, and I actually talked about how I thought GSL could have been a much more well handled product in, on the foreign side of things. I feel like they could have done so much more. They didn't make any effort to try and monetize the foreign audience that they had, which was very loyal and a big following, until GSL was already kind of going downhill, right? And so I had this interview with him where I was like, yeah, I really think GSL could have done a better job on capitalizing on some things. And then like the freaking, well, like one of the, I don't know who it was, but one of the people who's like high up in Africa started commenting on the TL thread and flaming me, saying like, this guy, he doesn't, oh yes, we'll just make it easy we'll just make money. It doesn't work like that. I'm like, bro, like I literally make money on my own stream doing the same thing at a lesser scale than you. I kind of get how it works, and they just flamed me. So yeah. That was pretty funny. But yeah, they've never bothered to set up just qualifier streaming. It makes no sense. You're right. It would absolutely make sense to stream the qualifiers. I mean, there's no world in which that's not the case. That would be good, There's no world in which that just wouldn't be good. So yeah. Oh, that's a cool result as well. Man, GSL qualifier is actually kind of wild. Are my tournaments sponsored? First of all, Fanatic SC2, thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate it. No, we don't have any sponsors right now. We don't have anyone specifically. I'm going to try and reach out to a couple of people to try and get the WardiTV 2025 series sponsored. And just try and see if we can set up a partnership for like the year of events. But right now, no. They are not. Typically, no. Sorry guys, just messaging players and trying to let them know the information and stuff. And when Hero finishes in GSL as well, I'll let him know the information too, that he probably doesn't have to play today. So we're probably just going to cut it down to 4 best of 5s today, guys. Yeah, we're probably going to go and work our way towards just 4 best of 5s. All right. One thing I do want to mention a little bit is, first of all, Hector Soto, thank you as well for the $4 over on the super chat on the YouTube. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much. One of the things I just want to mention then, obviously we've got the WardiTV 2025 series was just announced yesterday, where we announced that we will be running $25,000 worth of tournaments this year in StarCraft 2. That is a guaranteed baseline, and we are crowdfunding if you guys would like to support our tournament series and more. All the information is on our Indiegogo's crowdfunding page. In the first is being So we announced this about 20 hours ago, and we have already made about $4,200 out of our initial $10,000 goal, which is incredible. An amazing first day of response. Actually blew me through the roof because I talked yesterday about how I wasn't even sure whether I should run this crowdfunder because I was not convinced it was going to be something that would be particularly successful. I didn't know if people would get behind supporting like a series of tournaments rather than just one tournament. But the first 24 hours is looking to be an absolute raging success. So if you would like to support the WardiTV 2025 series, do check out the Indiegogo page. There's a few little perks and stuff down the sides that you can check. You can read the whole thing. There's a video that talks about my point of view on what I'm trying to achieve. The TLDR is that we're trying to support StarCraft 2 players. We're trying to make players the priority, and we're trying to make it so that anything we can do to help players keep on playing StarCraft 2, that's our goal. So get on over there and support it, or share and like it, or head onto the YouTube video about it and talk about it there, or get on the Reddit thread and talk about it. Like, just spread the word. The first 24 hours so far has been a massive success. Has been absolutely huge. And yeah, I mean, there's no reason that, obviously right now we're 42% of our initial goal. There's no reason that has to be a stopping point either. The more that we raise, the more that goes to the players. 100% of pledges on the Indiegogo, same as with our Patreon page, 100% goes directly to the pockets of players. Goes directly into the players' pockets. I'm going to have to pull us away from this page because I have to start the videos up for this. Give me 1 second and I'll keep on talking. Just double checking who has the better seeding. Trick it does. So yes, TLDR, I'm guaranteeing $25,000 to begin with. Anything you guys support goes directly into prize pools. There's no funny business or anything. And yeah. There you go. That's how that's it. TLDR. Just go support it. I'll throw the links around. The link's obviously in the chat with exclamation mark 2025 on Twitch. I still don't think it's working on YouTube, the bot, but maybe tomorrow. As hey, thank you, Kevin, for the YouTube membership. You tried to send money, but you got scammed, and now you're pretty stressed. How did you get scammed? Scammed via what? How did you try and send money? Maybe we need to offer the players something more than money. Like what? I feel like players would like money more than anything else. That's all good, and that's why the main thing is as well. It's like it's not limited to just donating. You know, talking about it, liking it, sharing it, coming in and watching the streams. These things all help massively. All of these things help out in a huge way. So yeah, just however you want to do it, whether it is monetary support, whether it's just watching support or just being there support. Like I say, it all helps out. It all goes a long way. We appreciate it. Like I say, let's keep that 2025 fundraiser going strong, because the further we push that, like I say, the more that we can do, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to capitalize and make it something as big and as successful as possible. As the TLDR. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, Wardy, are you live on YouTube? For some reason your Twitch always freezes and you would like to watch on YouTube if it is on somewhere? Yeah. If you head on over to the YouTube channel, the live stream should be right there. I'll give you the link. No. Hello. Sorry. My audio is still fucking up. My audio is still messing up. Hang on 1 sec, guys. Hello? Oh, I can actually. I actually muted my mic. Ugh, so dumb. What was I about to say? Yeah, my headset, my headphones are a little bit funky right now with the wire. I'm getting a new wire delivered on Monday, so if you hear me suddenly panic, it's because I've cut out in my own head, and my natural instinct to that is to panic. So if you hear me panic, you guys will probably be like, "What do we hear you just fine?" It's just very hard not to panic when suddenly my volume goes away, you know. So, so yeah, awesome. You're worried about this when the qualifiers were today? Yeah, but I mean, GSL qualifiers have never in their existence taken 6 hours. Like, literally never have taken 6 hours in their entire history of GSL qualifiers. Because we've had this multiple times where I've had to run my own event around the GSL qualifiers that have shown up out of nowhere, you know? Like, we've done this before. 6 hours is like a whole new level of what the actual are we doing here? Like, that's kind of nuts. So, yeah. So, super, yeah, a little bit annoying. I mean, it's whatever. At the end of the day, we're here. We're still going to enjoy some StarCraft. I appreciate you guys hanging around and being, you know, I appreciate that we're going to be late and just stuff like that. So, yeah. Is there any way to have some qualifiers for Wardy tourneys? We pretty much run qualifiers for pretty much all of our tournaments. There's very few of our tournaments that do not have any qualifiers available. And when you reach, I think it's $5,000 on the 2025 series support page, we will guarantee some tournaments on a smaller scale that will be actually for players that do not manage to qualify for our bigger events as well. So that will be like another little fun bit of something. So yeah. Let me get Indy. I wasn't following Indy's channel. Same battle aces. This guy. Bruh. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. So yes. Sorry, I'm just doing a few things. I'm gonna catch up with things. Do you know what the plays for the new GSL qualifiers? I think they probably don't care that much. It's just like they probably just. It wasn't super crazy, but like basically it was like it was basically a double elim bracket, and then if you got top 4 in your bracket, you got to play in the next bracket, or you've got top 2, you got to play in the winners. It was actually quite confusing. I'm not going to try and explain without looking at it myself. So, the GSL qualifiers are going on now. Are there streams for them? No. But there'll probably be a bunch of casts over the next few days when people get the replays off of Patreon. I'll probably be doing casts on Wednesday and Thursday. Probably. Not decided just yet. I just want to meet the criteria to qualify. I mean, when we run qualifiers, we run open cups, like literally just open tournaments, open events that are open to anyone. So you can just sign up, and if you make top X in the qualifier, you qualify. You know, so it's very much so just an open process. Right. Well, I was waiting for Indy, but he's in the middle of a Battle Aces game, and I don't think it's ending anytime soon, apparently. So, yeah. Let's just send this, because I think unless Indy's done in the next like 10 seconds. I mean, they did just kind of absolutely destroy this fight. If the opponents just leave the game. Maybe we can start. Get Indy in. Alright, no, let's just go. We've waited so long already today. Indy, I'm sorry you can have to watch my stream. Alright, let's get going, guys. This can't last that long. I know, but we've already waited 3 hours to start, so let's actually get to it and cast some Terran versus Protoss. Hi everybody, welcome back to the WardiTV Spring Championship. Hey, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move my I'm gonna get a pictures, WardiTV tournament logos 2025 series. Let's put our 2025 logo in the no, that's not the right one. This one. Let's put that in there, shall we? Let's show off the fact that we've got our 2025 series going. I love it. I was going to add it in-game as well, because obviously the Spring Championship is part of the WardiTV 2025 series also. So, yeah. Celebrate this. I mean, this is, like I say, the events that we've announced is $25,000 to be kind of put in. bloody, it's freaking snapping. Hang on, guys. It's annoying me. There we go. Yeah, it's $25,000 we're guaranteeing for upcoming events. Never mind the fact we've already got $5,000 invested into this one. So without further ado, let's get into it. This is the WardiTV Spring Championship Playoffs. It's the upper bracket round 1. A Red Protoss player who's been playing some of his absolutely best StarCraft 2 recently. In the top right-hand corner, in the red, it is Trigger. Taking on in the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Terran player, we have ByuN. For game 1 of this best of 5. And we do have an engineering bay block coming down to start us off. Guys, it's so good to be here. Thank you for your patience today. Like I say, we've been delayed. We've been horrifically set off time. We're probably going to just have the 4 best of 5s today. And then take it to the... yeah, we'll probably just have 4 best of 5s today. And then basically go from there. If that sounds good to you guys. So yeah, that's what's going on. Like I say, we'll just move 1 best of 5 from today to tomorrow just to make up for the fact we're starting super late today and so on. Just try and get that a little bit more back on track and just get ourselves as best set as we can here in today's games and all of that goodness. Alright, let's cast on StarCraft 2. CC coming down. Thank you so much as well. Nomad Jim 98 using your sub on the channel. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much. As yeah, a lot of, from here on out, guys, 2025 series is our focus, so pretty much what we're going to be keeping on talking about is that if you guys enjoy the stream, if you enjoy the tournaments, support, whether it's on the 2025 crowdfund or if it's just the usual subs and so on, because all of that will help us to keep on running SC2 and to keep on helping to fund the 2025 series coming up this year. Super excited for those matches. I've been so excited to share with you guys my plans for a while as well. I'm so glad they've been so well received. Like I say, I was very skeptical that we were going to be able to do anything crowdfunding-wise. So yeah, I really appreciate that, the support that's coming in over the first day, so... The depth coming about. Reaper is coming through. I'm just going to have our CC and the starport coming up as we get started in the early stages. Adept just going to sit there, the couple of Marines coming through. And just because people seem to think I'm going to be spending all the crowdfunding money on living a lavish lifestyle, 100% of the crowdfunded money for the 2025 series goes into prize pool. I'm even going to be putting in additional money to make up for any money that's lost through transaction fees on the platform. So, if you want to chat shit, feel free, but just know that you're going to look really heckin' stupid. The entire point is, we are for the players, we're trying to support the players because what we do doesn't exist without the players. So, yeah. Very much so a case of we want to put the players first. Everything we do is about keeping the players as sustained as possible and just giving them stuff to play and giving them reasons to play StarCraft. So, yeah, I already live a lavish lifestyle. I'm an SC2 streamer. Well, yeah, I mean, apart from that part, though, you know. Like, you know, I only actually have, like, you know, as we know, we only have, like, a few WardiTV yachts. It's not like we have, like, a whole fleet, you know? It's only, like, 3 or 4. We don't have, like, you know, 20. Ugh. What if you want to just give me money? You can just, like, I mean, I take a little bit of all the kind of streaming revenue streams and put it into tournaments, but if you specifically want to give me some money, you can just... If you just put like a normal donation in or a super chat and just mention it specifically for me, I can put it aside in a little bit of a separate way. So, yeah, if you want to just support Wardy, then go wild. But honestly, just continue to tune in, continue to watch. Supporting in any way kind of supports me because, you know, the support we get for the tournaments allows me to keep doing my thing, and me doing my thing allows me to, you know, make the money that I need to pay my bills and all the rest. Oh no! 17 probes in the main? Oh no! Disaster has struck! Chi-Chi. Can we get a rewind on that? Because I think we all assumed that that was not going to be so disastrous. Did he just assume that he dealt with it? He was distracted, the stalkers go in, good retargeting, and then the stalkers just pull back? Oh, he thought he set it off! He thought he set it off, then he went to the natural. Oh, that is absolutely brutal way to start the first game of the day for Trigger. That's an ouch. Well, you know what the good news is I bet these guys are thinking, well, if I make any mistakes now, at least I make them now instead of during the freaking instead of during the GSL qualifiers. So there's some kind of goodness to it all. As wow, that's an absolutely brutal one. All right, let's jump into game number 2. Yo, Tired Universe, 420 bits. This is definitely not for Wardy. Haha, joke's on you. I actually take all of the bits for myself. Yeah. Got you there, didn't I? Forgot to mention that revenue stream was not count. Yeah, okay. Appreciate the bits. Thank you so much. Also, thank you over on the super chat from Big Guns. Wardy Love. Hell yeah, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. But like I say, the most important thing is that we support the players, because without the players, we do not have StarCraft, and I don't have a job. So, yeah, that's why our focus is on the players and all the rest. As ready? Gets called up. Alright, players ready. Let's get this started up, guys. And head into game number 2. Thank you so much for the donations, guys. I appreciate the support, like I say. Yeah, like I say, it's actually kind of incredible to see that, like I say, we're already almost 50% of the way through the crowdfunder and stuff. Like, it's actually baffling. Like I say, the more momentum we get on this, the more we share it, the more successful it is. I actually believe in this is like, the more people that get behind it early, the more people that really continue to get behind it, because people see it's a success, people see this is something people are excited about. It motivates other people to support as well, you know? So I really appreciate anyone who has stepped up and helped support the last couple of days with the, or just the last 24 hours with the WardiTV 2025 series stuff. Like I say, it really does mean a lot. So I appreciate you guys. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with the StarCraft community doing some StarCraft, and let's get into game number 2. Is in the top right, our blue Protoss is Trigger. And in the bottom left, our red Terran is ByuN. It's saying that a 100 resource unit can one-shot AoE 18 probes, only because Trigger makes a mistake. I mean, in theory, if Trigger didn't try and minimize the effectiveness of that unit of ByuN, you know, he would never have lost 18 workers. If Trigger just sits there AFK, he loses 5 workers, right? At most, right? It would, you know, because none of the probes stacking. In just mining, 5 workers might be like a godlike level shot if you just are AFK as the Protoss. It's because he tried to deal with it and then messed up. That's the risk versus reward. It's all well and good trying to deal with the Widow Mine, but the risk is you could mess it up and then you lose a whole lot more, right? So, yeah. That's one of those moments which it's just, unfortunately for Trigger, like, that's rough, it doesn't feel good, but, like, it is his own mistake, and he will very much so know that. That was just, like, his attention was just split elsewhere in that moment, was just kind of, you know, off from where it kind of needed to be, realistically. And that turned out to be quite costly for him in the moment, right? So, yeah. That's the, sometimes the price you have to pay. This happens in all forms of StarCraft too. It is a very punishing game. Yo, thank you so much, Alk8Mist, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Prime sub's fantastic as well, guys. Great way to support the channel and the streams. Really appreciate it if you Prime us up. Thank you so much. Let's do get cancelled up on that engineering bay. Should still be playing GSL? Nope. He's finished. He's good. And yo, thank you, Chemo, for the $10 over on the super chat as well, just for you, Wardy, and your efforts. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the love, guys. So Francisco on the 2 real as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the love. Like I say, we are just popping through with all the love today, apparently. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. We're having a really popping day so far, aren't we? Stuff's going off everywhere. Alrighty. Next is coming down. Factory coming up. ByuN gets underway. I'm just going to see our CC coming about. The factory continue to come into play as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper will continue to settle down in the center. GSL is not coming back. Nope, GSL will have 2 seasons over the next 6 weeks. So the first GSL season starts in like a couple of weeks, and then there's going to be, like, basically GSL starts in 2 weeks, it's on for 2 weeks, off for 1 week, and then another season starts. And there's 2 weeks then again. ByuN and Gummio should still be playing for GSL spots. No, they already finished, it's just not updated on the Wikipedia. So yeah, ByuN and Gummio are already done. ByuN has qualified. That part is kind of a spoiler, because I can't, because otherwise he would be playing the loser match, right? So that's not update on the challenge. I'll tell ByuN he's misbehaving. Anyway, Stalker coming through. Reaper going to get some shots taken onto it, so a couple of hits coming about there. The couple of Stalkers going to go across and just continue to chase for the couple of moments here. That Reaper does get out. Medevac, Hellion, and a couple of Marines coming through. It's really an exciting time for StarCraft 2, right? GSL is back. GSL is back. Obviously, there's DreamHack Dallas going to happen. EWC finally got announced. On a community scale, the WardiTV 2025 series is coming. 25,000. I mean, we're basically at the point where we can say that's going to be $30,000 plus because of the crowdfunding as well. So thank you so much. A lot of cool stuff coming about. So, yeah, Pigfest as well. Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's a lot of cool tournaments going on right now. A lot of cool tournaments coming about. As the Prism coming about, the Blink on the way, Gateway coming through as a few Marines going to unload from the Medevac. Just heading toward that main mineral lines. Just going to get that on the way as well. Just going to try and find some damage already as those Marines pull over for the next few moments. Aliens get through, and 7 probes are going to go down. 7 workers going to get picked away at the moment here. This is not good. This is not good at all. You know what? I wonder if there's some essence of, like, Trigger is... Like, I wonder if there's some kind of essence of, like, Trigger is a little bit exhausted from playing GSL qualifiers, and there's a real possibility that it's going to have an effect on how this series is going for him already, you know? It's definitely seeming like a pretty realistic situation right now, because we've seen Trigger be so good lately, and right now, he's just kind of dying. So, not exactly ideal to start us off. There's a few Stalkers stepping up, SCV's going down, Marines going down. Marines coming about, the Prism is coming over to the Marines in the tank. Gather together right now as we just have ourselves the Prism coming back along. Stop, we're going to move over and just going to go move the reactor as well. Just going to be having the Marines continue to hit the Stalkers. And the Stalkers continue... Well, the Marines continue to chase that Prism away up to the sides. It's obviously not exactly ideal right here for Trigger. Definitely a lot of damage taken early. This is the kind of game where the push coming up is likely going to be pretty darn deadly as well, so a little bit scary right now. Let's see what happens. Where's Trigger live? He's in Korea right now. That's why he's been in the GSL qualifiers. So yeah, he's in Korea as well. So he's been playing GSL qualifiers today. He's only just finished up in the last 15-20 minutes, which is, like I say, why it's kind of, you know, why it might just be that he's come off of that. It's a very exhausting and, you know, very important tournament series. So, you know, you come out of that, you come into this, and just ByuN starts beating you up with some early game aggression. Because, like I say, Trigger's been playing really well lately, and I don't think this series so far is indicative of what we've seen out of Trigger in the Group Stage 1 or Group Stage 2, and so on and so forth. Marines the tank just going to gather together. We'll have ourselves the Medevacs hanging around for a few moments to gather up. Yo, Nomad Jim 98 with the £25 donation. Yo, thank you so much, man. I believe there's no message on that, but thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like I say, guys, I appreciate all the love and momentum we're getting behind the WardiTV stuff lately. I feel like everyone's become very generous. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Stalker's going to try and blink back. I mean, honestly, if ByuN gets across the map, I think it's extremely difficult for Trigger to survive, but super excited to see what he tries to do to maybe pull it off. I mean, you just take so much damage early, it's going to be brutal no matter what happens next. Let's have ourselves the +1 attack upgrade finishing shortly. Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. The Widow Mine's coming up as well. And the Prism going to unload a couple of those Zealots. SCV's going down. Every Protoss has been playing really great lately. That almost sounds like a balance complaint. But that wouldn't make sense because Trigger didn't look amazing when the patch first hit, but he's looked a lot better as he continues to play. So maybe it's actually Trigger getting better instead of always just being about the balance. Maybe? Possibly? I don't know. Trigger actually gets a lot of SCVs here. Now he's going to charge into this army. ByuN letting 21 SCVs go down is rough. If he doesn't survive with this army over here, ByuN, he might actually be in... He is in trouble, isn't he? His Storks could get rid of some of the Medevacs. Blink will be off cooldown in a second. ByuN, that lift up is so daring. You're going to lose every single unit. Trigger is just going to bounce back like that. Well, I asked how does Trigger bring it back? I thought ByuN was just going to walk across the map and win, but he got caught up over here with this army in the main base and having to deal with that. And then by the time he finally got attention focused back across the map, Trigger is there with the cleanup. He jumps on him before ByuN is ready for it. And he gets a fantastic fight where he cleans up so much. And that is going to be a very, very, very solid situation for Trigger. I mean, what a turnaround from Trigger after losing so many workers early game. Colossus extends thermal lance, +1 armor coming through. A few Marines are going to stim about as well. Let's have that Prism pulled off to the side. The Bio going to go after some rocks on the ground as well. WardiTV about the balance. Reddit taught me that. Oh, yes. That's my problem. I don't go on Reddit enough anymore. I have not reminded that it's about balance. Of course, it makes so much sense now. Makes so much sense now. Well, ByuN is in a ton of trouble at the moment, so not looking super pretty here. Let's just see our Bioforces coming about. Widow Mine's coming over. And, you know, we'll have our Colossus next to Thermal Lance still coming through as well, so let's continue to get all of that set in to play. As our Widow Mines and our Bio units continue to gather up. I see the Bio just jumping through. One Stalker going down already. Trigger gonna get chased away, but Trigger really is in a position now. Like, it's a bit awkward for Trigger because I imagine he's like, man, I was really losing this game. And he probably knows he's turned it around a bit, but I don't know if he knows it's like a 50 supply kind of lead kind of good. You know, because I think if he knew it was that amount of supply, he would just say move in and end the game. So it's probably a little bit of a tough one to figure out because he was that far behind early. And trying to kind of guesstimate where you're at, you don't want to make a misjudgment. In theory, it's better and safe for him to just sit back and build up to max and then maybe try and take a fight because it's much more likely then you will still have the advantage without having gone a bit too soon. You know, you give yourself a chance to get some more of your own tech units on the field, and that's always going to help as well, so... The Lines firing, the Zealots getting picked away. The Bio continue to shoot, a couple of Colossus there, and it's going to be a convincing cleanup from Trigger as he's going to tie this series 1-1, and we have got ourselves a best of 5 on our hands. What a turnaround from Trigger! That's actually an incredible little fight, really. He was in a lot of trouble, and like I say, going to turn it around just like that as we're going to get ready to go into game number 3, sorry, of this series in just a few moments. Alright, third map. I didn't write them down. It's going to be Amygdala. I'll get that hosted up as well, guys. Is the bot working on YouTube yet? That's my question. No. I don't understand how this is going to work or not, right? Let me just, I'm just going to manually post the link in chat so people are there. And I see it a little bit because, like I say, I really want to keep on trying to, as best we can, push the WardiTV crowdfunder, the 2025 crowdfunder. I'll just pop that over there. Wardy's one of the only commentators that doesn't balance Ryan. I've balanced Ryan a lot in the past. I just don't think balance Ryan really is a thing in this current meta. I think Protoss are stronger than they were, but I don't think Protoss is broken. You know? Everyone is still very capable of beating Protoss, it's just Protoss are doing a bit better. Just because a race improved doesn't mean it's imbalanced. It just means it's a little bit better right now. Like, you know, like, a patch can improve a race without it now just being OP, you know? Like, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Unfortunately, we have, a lot of the time, it's just so easy to be like, nope, it's broken, it's OP. So yeah, do I think Widowmine and Disruptors are good RTS design? As someone who just talks about the game and has no idea how to design games, I'm going to go ahead and just abstain from comment. I've got no idea. Are they good RTS design? Yeah. I think the problem with... I think a lot of the concepts of those units are good. The problem is certain elements of them are very kind of rough. Because, for example, Widowmines, right? Widowmines would be great if there were a way to constantly force your opponents onto you split, so they can't just clump up and run in somewhere together. And they're actually very good at stopping that because they are so punishing. So in theory, it makes your opponent not be able to just walk around in one ball and move around as freely. It slows your opponent down. It does, you know, it makes your opponent interact with the map a whole lot more. The problem is when you just have a random Widowmine here and there, and then a random Widowmine catches like a group of Banelings, and it's just kind of a bit of blind luck. That obviously makes it feel kind of dumb, you know. So the Widowmines do a lot of good things in StarCraft 2. You know, same with the Disruptor. The Disruptor forces units to split away. They forces units to not be able to attack in. It works much better on defense than it does offense, so it's a fairly balanced unit in that regard. But is it fun watching your army disappear to a Disruptor because you weren't looking for 10 seconds? No, of course it isn't. So, like, I actually think those units have a lot of good things and good qualities about them. It's just unfortunately, because of the way that StarCraft 2 is, StarCraft 2 has a very deadly nature to it. And so mistakes where you're not paying attention for a little bit here and there can be extremely massive. And unfortunately, like I say, like, these units have a lot of good in them, but if you nerf them to the point where they didn't punish mistakes like that, they might lose their quality of where they're meant to be kind of strong anyway, right? Now, I'm not a game designer, so I don't know how you fix that, but that would be my opinion, is that there's a lot of good elements about those units, but there's also a lot of, there's also a fair amount of, like, I think it's just a StarCraft thing in general that sometimes not paying attention for that fraction of a second can be so deadly. And honestly, that is so much more just a thing of StarCraft being such a fast-paced game. It makes your mistakes so much more punishing. Right? Like, because if, for example, if a Disruptor existed in a game that's played much more slowly, where you don't have to split your attention around as much, the Disruptor would be a much more balanced unit in that regard, right? Because you would very rarely see, in comparison, this scenario where you basically have Disruptors hitting things that people aren't looking at, because people should be looking at their army a whole lot more. It's just the nature of StarCraft 2 is always going to make it so that some units are going to be like that. Now the question is, do you then just shy away from making units that can interact and kind of do cool things because of those moments where they can maybe be a little bit too much because of the speed of StarCraft? Then you get into a very interesting question, because then you're letting one of the most interesting parts of StarCraft 2, which is the speed and the quickness and the awesomeness of it, then you're letting that negatively affect other units in the game, and you're making the game a lot less interesting on a broad scale because of small moments that can be game deciding. That's kind of just the downside of how StarCraft 2 works, unfortunately. Does that make sense? Would y'all abstain counting? Also, 40-10-minute rant? Well, I don't know. I felt like I had a good point almost for a moment. I felt smart for a second. I thought it was time to commit. I thought I didn't have anything to say, but when I really stopped to think about it, I felt like I had something to say, you know? And Deb just gonna chase that route, but will go down. Saying the game is imba? Yeah, the game is super imba, man. What's crazy about StarCraft 2 is that you can go through the entire history of StarCraft 2, right? And you will literally never, a single time, find a finals which has all 3 races in it. Literally, you can pick any StarCraft 2 tournament in the last 15 years, not a single one has all 3 races in the finals. So yes, it's a very imbalanced game. Let the cogs spin on the balance binding trolls on that one for a second. Couple of Marines, medevac coming up. The blink is on the way through. A couple of probes, the Nexus, and the Gateway coming around as well. As it just gets set up for the moment, and we get ourselves into this early on. Alright, Blink coming through, that Raven coming up for a moment or so. Semi-finals last fall. Guys, it was a joke. Oh my god, people aren't getting this. It was a joke, you know, because you can't have all 3 races in a final because there's only 2 players. It was just a joke. I was trying to be as dumb as the balance whiners, you know. I didn't mean to confuse people. I'm so sorry. As ByuN just loses this medevac. Sorry, I'm getting too involved with Twitch chat. I should be paying more attention to the games. This joke was an IQ test. Maybe I just delivered it too well, you know. Maybe I really made it sound believable, you know. Yo, Zergberger just gifted 5 memberships on YouTube. Zergberger is single-handedly funding the YouTube membership system on the WardiTV YouTube channel. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships to Jeff, to Mantu, to Greg, to Casper, and to Zoo. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I guess the YouTube memberships must also prioritize people who are in the stream, because I feel like I actually recognize a bunch of those names that just got gifted. So hell yeah. Thank you so much, Zergberger. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. As an order turret will go down. A couple of probes are going to get knocked away. We do have that Robobay coming up. The extra gates coming through as well. So a little bit of everything continue to come online for the moment. The order turret, a couple of those probes will get picked off again. 2, 3 workers going down already. As ByuN continues to try and apply some pressure after losing that medevac early. In those early stages. Yo, Peng Q5. Thank you so much for the 40-month resub on the Prime. Money well spent as always. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Probably going to say it a lot. I feel like I'm saying a lot today, but that's only because you guys are supporting so much. So thank you, everybody. Like I say, again, amazing to see the crowdfunder doing so well. The stream is alive with love, which you can only assume is something of a rebound from the announcement yesterday as well. So thank you so much, guys. Super appreciate the support. And, yeah, thank you for helping us to keep on making StarCraft 2 stuff happen. Hell yeah. Couple medevac's going to load up. They're going to boost away up that left-hand side. Again, +1 stim and combat shield coming about. The Marine Marauder medevac coming online. Command center building through. And the extended thermal lens and Colossus building as well. So we bring a lot of that online for the moment. I'm just going to step through. Stalker's going to be taking a little bit of damage here right now. See the Bioforce starts to step forward a little bit as the extended thermal lens, the Stalkers, and the Colossus keep coming about. +1 on that combat shield coming online against CC. Coming through the couple medevacs. Marine Marauder building. And those 2 medevacs go around the top side as well currently. So away they go. Again, Marine Marauder Viking, armor upgrade, and the combat shield continue to come online. I will just go through and hit the rocks as the, again, Vikings and Marauders. Coming around for now. Again, Stalker's on the way up. And the rocks are about to expire, so it opens up the map a little bit here. As we get into the game 3 of this best of 5, this should turn into a pretty fun series, considering the fact that Trigger turned that last game around and is looking fairly competitive right now in this game 3 as well. So, loving that position. There's a couple of Vikings, the Marines, and Marauders. The armor upgrade all continue to come about currently. So, Stalker Colossus just going to come by once more. Gonna step over for a couple of seconds. And we are going to start opening up some more rocks. So Trigger really looking to be out on the map here and looking to poke around a little bit, see if he can find some success as he looks to try and get towards this Terran base. Terran taking the gold for the 3rd is super risky because of exactly this. The Colossus can stand back and hit some SCVs, but the tank and Viking coverage for now is good enough. And so Trigger cannot continue to commit there. So far that risky gold base of ByuN is going to pay off. We'll see if he can continue the defense on it. The scan comes down. Zardstalk, Colossus joining up together. And he puts the shells in the +1 armor coming through too. Couple warpins just coming out over on that side. A couple of Zealots going to start hitting that main mineral line. Auto turret's going to go down. Going to go after the Stalkers as well. So we'll continue to try and find a teeny little bit of value here. As, again, just trying to find an interesting way to kind of attack in to make something happen as of right now. So again, we continue to poke about. We see what we can do. One Stalker getting blown up by the Widow Mine as well, so another little catch right there. It's going to be seeing the Bioforce still stepping out onto the map, and we are going to go straight towards a set of rocks here. Open those up, and now we're going to have an easy access get onto that army. The Viking's just going to get rid of a Colossus as Trigger's just kind of waltzing around and not really having any direction with his dance. Because, yeah, that's just a Colossus dying. Stalkers were not nearby, everything a little bit split apart. Again, the armory coming through. Medevac, Viking, Marauder continue to come up. And 2-2 upgrades, a couple of Medevacs still building in as we just have ourselves another Viking coming in from the bottom side. The army of Trigger still heading around to the south, so we've got a few units down to the bottom. Whether he wants to surround or just counterattack, he's got that option open to him at the moment, so he can make a pick there. As again, these Vikings have been making very good dives towards the Colossus. Trying to knock those down quickly will give ByuN a much better advantage when it comes to taking these trades. Rocks will fall, and with those rocks dropping, we have ourselves, again, a little bit more space as these armies potentially move toward one another. Use Zealots on that counterattack, going to go for some of the tanks. And if you get rid of those tanks, you are removing some of the defensive positioning as well. Now that gold base will be a bit more exposed. Trigger losing a lot of supply. Trying to chase down that ramp. The Disruptor will be used to zone, and that's, again, a very powerful move. And this is where now it's going to be a lot tougher. Because those tanks have been displaced, you no longer have a way to protect from the Colossus as easily hitting that mineral line. So definitely an issue. It's a little messy on the Disruptor shots. They kind of panicked a little bit, and they maybe should have just been able to get, well, they should have been able to get a whole lot more than what they got there. Plain and simple. They were on top of units, and they kind of moved away from them in the last second. Bion going to stem through. Vikings on the ground. We step up for the moment. For the Disruptor shot. Disruptor coming through, the 2-2 upgrades coming about here. We are going to get this set of rocks knocked down. Take that out already. Zealot Stalker stepping through. A few Zealots in the main base. Going to come through as well. A couple of Marauders are going to have to step backward. They're going to have to kite away. A few Medevacs beginning to unload in the main as well. The Zealots are going to turn into another mineral line. The Zealots are going to take a jump here and go towards some of that bio. Kaboom, kaboom. Blowing up some of that Bioforce nice and easily. Now an additional round of Zealots warping in once more as Trigger is going to continue to fire up and head towards more units in this main. Supply looking good for Trigger here in this opening series of the day. He's about to take a 2-1 lead if he can close this game out. He's got money in the bank. He's got supply on the table. And he has got a Dark Shrine in production as well, just to really take us to something a little bit extra. +3, +2, continuing to come over. Again, the 3-3 upgrades from ByuN coming about as well. The Ghost and the Marine Marauder still coming online as well for now. So, again, just a little bit of everything being added on here. Zealots trying to set up. A couple of EMPs will drop too. And that's just going to cover those Zealots as the Bioforce continues to come across. Again, 3-3 upgrades, the Ghosts and everything else still coming into play. There's a lot of units still gathering to the center. Zealot, Stalker, Colossus stepping through right there. We do see the SCVs have to pull back and away. Stepping away for the moment now. Zap, 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 zap. Colossus laser beams. Doing that thing is, like I say, the tanks removed from that position from earlier. Now it's much easier for these Colossus to have a say, although obviously you do not want those Vikings to get rid of them, so you got to protect them a little bit. Credit to ByuN, he's actually mined a lot of this gold base. Like, has it been disrupted a couple of times? Yes, absolutely. But he's actually done very well for himself. I really thought this was going to be a position that just was not going to go kind of there at all, quite frankly. So I thought he was going to get very punished for it early, and he actually kept it alive much longer. Now he's even, got another base up. So even if he doesn't mine from this base, he's got the other base to mine from. So there is that kind of helping hand that is in play for him as the Bio Viking Force gathering. Zealot Colossus joined up and waiting to again just attack through and just keep on to 9 mine on the goal. To be fair, Trigger is starting to take the entirety of the middle of the edges of the map because he just takes everything here on Amygdala because he's got so much map control, and ByuN is not able to split units away so far to basically be able to go and knock those bases down. So Trigger continuing to maintain position in the center of the map, continue to do very well for himself here currently. As again, the Zealot Stalker Colossus Force gathers in the middle, and here we go. Bio gonna stem forward, a couple of Stalkers gonna get jumped on disruptor shots. Flying a little bit further than they should have been. Oh, what a fight for ByuN. He's going to whack away at so much. What do these final disruptors do? Honestly, not much either. And ByuN is going to win a major fight through the center. As we're talking about ByuN being in trouble in the macro and in the base count, he just takes a great fight. Like, he gets the jump on this, and Trigger does not get a chance to spread the splash damage as he needs to. Colossus going down the production. Now ByuN makes 6 Liberators, and Trigger had all the money in the bank, but it just can't spend it in time. This Nexus is going to go down as well, and ByuN with one big shove is suddenly going to turn this game into his favor. Did Trigger just get carried away on that army? I mean, Colossus Disruptor is okay as a tech choice. My problem with Colossus Disruptor is what we just saw, is that it doesn't, if your Disruptor shots don't scare the Terran from kind of running through, and they miss, and they don't punish, then you're in trouble. Right? Whereas if you have Storm right now, Storm would have guaranteed hit some of those units as they try to push forward. Trigger's Disruptor shots went through the army and fired behind it. And that was just not really an allowable way of things to go down. That became very costly. Can we escape with any of these units as ByuN? He is going to try. Stalkers do not have the blink apparently, so for now that will be a getaway, and ByuN actually maintains a lot of those units. He can hit the bottom right base as well during this. Actually going to recall down there. Maybe we can still intercept those medevacs. Because ByuN, yeah, he's going to see those units now. We blink, and Trigger gets one empty medevac, but not any of the full ones as we go to that corner and hide away. What a fantastic fight from ByuN. What a great sequence of events. And again, that definitely seemed like it was over. Stepping through now. Still Gazelle Colossus. Moving around here, continue to step about a little bit. DT's just going to show up. 14 SCVs going down right off the bat. Well, that's nice from Trigger, at least. Some counter damage being done with the DTs he can invest into. The only issue I have is that obviously those DTs are something which are very expensive. Beforehand, Trigger could really afford to, build into those. Now it's a lot riskier, because that's a lot of your army supply in those DTs. And the point of this game where ByuN has shown that his army can actually be extremely powerful. His medevac's a little bit stranded over there currently, as ByuN figures out where he's going to move to next and what his next major army play is going to be to try and close out this game 3 in his favor. Both players again towards being maxed out again. ByuN again doing a lot to kind of level this game, as he will actually chase those DTs, and that's why it's risky for Trigger. Those are all very expensive units. And oh no, they turn back into the scan. Well, second scan would have come out anyway. But that's a lot of units going down. This little Bio Force just still figuring out where to try and drop. It's just a hallucinated Phoenix. You don't actually have to be too worried about it currently, as we are going to get to the top left side after chasing those DTs. This base will go down. There was a ton of probes here as well, heavily oversaturated. ByuN's at 160 army supply, so not a lot of workers in the game from him, which, I mean, to be fair, he was obviously on kind of a gold base, getting bullied a lot, and then obviously the 4th base was all he ever got to. He never saw beyond that as we enter something of a base trade right now from Trigger, starting to move through to this bottom left-hand side. The Zealots, the Stalkers, the Colossus coming about. The Vikings are going to come through. They're going to try and aim for that Colossus as well, so going straight for this. Colossus goes down. Stalkers turning, picking off some Vikings as we go. The Zealots are going to continue to run over here. Going to turn onto the rest of that bio. ByuN is just going to have too much, though. I think Trigger's realizing, and hence why he's ran away, is that he just knows that this is not going to be a fight he can take currently. I mean, he's down a pure Zealot Stalker. There are 4 disruptors on the map. I actually don't know where they are. Looks as though they're coming in from the top left side. But if ByuN gets a little bit of a heads up on those, which I think he already has, I was going to say he can pull back away easily, but he's actually just going to kill them all before they land. Trigger has to say GG. This one slipped through his fingertips because it felt like he had a grip around this game, and then it just got away from him. GG's. And that is going to be our 3rd map of the day going to ByuN. So ByuN will take that one as we will clean up on that. So, with that all rounded out, we'll be heading into game 4 in a second, guys. Just have to double check the maps. I gotta scroll up for that. 4th map, Killer's Mile. 5th map, Frostline, if we can remember that if we get to game 5. Might save me some scrolling. I'll just run some ads in case we get a longer game as well, guys, just to try and give us a little bit of safety net there. I'll be on up, just waiting for Trigger to join us. I should be good to go. As ByuN will take the lead in the series. Man, that was just really getting very scary for him, but obviously he was able to make it work, keep himself alive. Waiting for Trigger to say that he is ready, and we'll kick this off and get this going. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Again, thank you for the support, guys. We are almost about to hit the 50% marker on the WardiTV 2025 series crowdfunder. If you want to help us out with that, like I say, push us over that 50% mark in the first 24 hours would be incredible. We're like 2 hours away. So the first 24 hours of these campaigns usually very important to set the tone, set the precedent of how much support we're going to get and so on. So do get on over there, support if you feel like you might do. Like I say, it's really appreciative. Really appreciated coming out of us. And yeah. If you have any questions about it too, very happy to answer. Alright, we have ourselves in the top right-hand side. The Blue Protoss player who now needs to win to stay in the upper bracket. He's had a great run this tournament. Can he bring it back to a game 5? This is Trigger here in the WardiTV Spring Championship. Our first major of the WardiTV 2025 series, which obviously is now officially launched. As we have ourselves in the bottom left, our red Terran is going to be ByuN. Sorry guys, just cool. Alrighty. Sorry, just talking to some of the players, guys. Just chitter-chattering about schedules and so on and stuff like that. So, yeah, just getting everything up to date. Cool, cool, cool. In before we get this set up, we got this on the way. Let me find Indy's camera. How many Colossi melts even Marauders reliably? I actually don't know. Melting Marauders is kind of like the point of Colossus that you've built too many, because then you're kind of... then you probably just don't have enough Stalkers to zone out Vikings, and Vikings really benefit from just being in high numbers at that point. I actually don't know, though, how many you need to like I said, just kind of like really chew through lines of Marauders, no issue. Because I know what you mean. Sometimes the Colossus hit Marauders and it just feels like they're never going to die. 22. I definitely think 22 would do it. I don't think that's a wrong answer. I just think we could maybe get the answer to be a little bit lower as well, you know? We'd probably just make it a little bit lower too. Hope get coming about. Nexus is on the way. We get settled in for a few moments. And Twilight Council coming about, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming up as well. That's a Berry BP. Thank you so much for the 33-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for priming us up today. Had so many primes today, actually. Right? It's been a very Prime heavy day. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. Well, we get ourselves settled in for a couple of moments here. Figure out what we're going to do. As the blink comes about, just going to see that Stalker poking around the SCVs for a little bit right now. What are the bloodstains on the map? Yes, you know what? StarCraft 2 is not in the best of states anymore. You know, the funding is down. We don't have Blizzard support. Unfortunately, one of the first budget cuts we had to make were the map cleaners. You know, between games, we clean up the map. So unfortunately, I think that's just leftovers from the last TVZ we had here on Killer's Mile. It's the price of the budget cuts, guys. It's the price of the budget cuts. I'm sorry. We'll try and put a sponsor over them next time instead. To turn the budget cuts into sponsorship material, you know. As the blink comes about, Robo Facility comes through, and the next is coming up as well. So yeah, we get settled in for this game number 4. ByuN has obviously had a tendency to do very well early in the game here against Trigger, which obviously Trigger means that it's a little scary. Got to get through that early game at first to get into a nice little setup. Just going to be having a few Stalkers are fighting. One Stalker going down. The Stalkers there going to push the medevac away to the sides. Now the few Marines coming through. I'm just going to be continuing to fight, but there's a pretty good shutdown. 3 workers go down. 2 Stalkers. It's not a really good shutdown. It's a fine shutdown. Like, both players took losses there. Yeah, hitting your own pylon ain't going to help you with that either, so... Little mistakes from Trigger. Obviously down a game right now, needs to bring it back. Must win this one to avoid the lower bracket, and that lower bracket match would be against Classic as well to start off with, and that's not an easy matchup. Classic's very good. He nearly had Shazam in that PvP yesterday. That was fun. As the Stalkers will grab themselves a Hellion, and the rest of the Stalkers continue to move about as well. Everyone gets a shot. Gonna try and get away, but the Stalker should always catch that unless you really screw something up. That Widowmine should never really get out of that, right? So just gonna be making it's a little bit of a getaway right now. Running for the moment. A couple of turrets are gonna get. As you have the probes coming around, the Marines, the tanks continue to step forward. And stimming that +1 still coming through. The combat shields will start as well. Marine Marauder Medevac continues about. He has a couple of Widow Mines. Continue through too, so again we build all of that into play. Charge will be finishing very shortly. Again, the command center coming about, the SCVs and Marauders coming over as well. Results just going to get jumped on as the Stalkers will get rid of a siege tank. That's a fun little trade, using the Zards to tank quite nicely and then moving through. Fire will continue to chase. The Stalkers are still hunting. Again, concussive shells, combat shield, and +1 will continue to build in. As the Marauders and the Medevacs come up to a couple of Widow Mines in the barracks, building also. Let's just have our Stalkers going to set forward. That's going to be a Widow Mine that's going to force the Stalkers to blink back just a little bit, so pulling it back over here. And yeah, Medevac going to load up the siege tank, going to pull it back over to the other side. Whilst this will step around as we still have ourselves again the +1, the combat shield finishing soon, going to make ByuN's army that much more powerful shortly. Just waiting on that to really kick in currently. turret is going to be good for a couple probes there, so a little bit of damage being dealt too. We continue onwards with the Ghost Academy coming up, Vikings and Marauders coming about. Our tank going to settle out with a couple of Widow Mines going back and forth as well. Binary dropping from both those gases. We continue to bring that up. Medivacs, the Vikings still stepping over. Stalker Colossus is going to be there as well. We're going to start fighting Colossus. Deal some damage. The Stalker's blink underneath. A couple of Vikings going down. As Zalt will continue to try and chase. The Adept and the Sentry coming over at the same time as well. I mean, big push from Trigger, but I don't know if his army supply is really there to do too much here with the tanks still set in place and the Viking count still looking reasonable. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is likely going to be well, I don't think it's enough for Trigger to attack in. He's losing probe still to the auto turrets as well. Like, this game is just not quite as comfortable as it was on Amygdala, for example, right? So couldn't get into a much better position early. Going to put himself in a pretty comfortable spot. We'll see what he can run through with as the couple of Zealots unload. The Prism going to go to the bottom side. The Vikings are going to find that Prism. They're going to be able to get rid of it here. It's just going to knock that straight down for the moment. And the Forge building up. The +2 attacking the Disruptor on the way out. Observer still being brought through too. Fire army gathering currently as the Raven sits between the natural and the third base, or the fourth base, I guess. Still just has options as to where you drop that auto turret down. You just keep on throwing that auto turret into play and keep on being as annoying as you possibly can be. Well, the 2-2 upgrades are coming online. The Ghost still producing Marine Marauder coming in as well. The Disruptor going to go down already. The rest of the Bio just going to set up. A few Vikings are going to try and make their play. Disruptor shot a little bit short of the Bioforce. Now still chasing though. Colossus going to drop. The EMP is going down onto the Stalkers as well. Nice fight for ByuN so far, and obviously still the biggest issue, I guess, of the couple Colossus. He only has 2 or 3 Vikings for them, so not really enough to chew through them. I like that ByuN kind of got enough done. Steps back, makes a couple of moves, then we can maybe go from there. So still very much chasing down. The SCV here and there too is just poking about for the moment. Force will drop straight into place. Just gonna have ourselves a +2 and the +1 coming about as well, so bring that straight over. And the army of ByuN out over to the right hand side. Another disruptor shot flying straight in, clips the Marauders on the edge there. Again, we'll come back around the right side. The Nexus taking some more damage. A wild fight from ByuN. The dive forward with the top side set of units. He does get rid of all of those disruptors. Again, he clearly knows the advantage he's working with right now. He is just sending it. So it's Jason Stork's coming about. A couple Colossus as well. That's the Bio joining. Going to turn around. The Stalker's still dropping as well. Disruptor is going to get picked off. Now the Colossus dropping too. Nice little pickups here as ByuN, as long as he's getting rid of those tech units, I'm really enjoying it. Not sure Trigger is meant to be typing a slash in the middle of the game. That's a new one. Presume just a misclick. Yeah, that's a wild one. I'm not sure what happened there. But the BM slash, yeah. It's like he just forgot to press shift to type the question mark, and like, as in terms of like he's trying to question mark like, hey, how come you're not winning the game right now, bro? It's like, how come I'm pushing you back? What's going on? The sad face? Yeah, it could also just be a sad face, but I feel like there's better times to drop sad faces than when you're trying to fight for your tournament life. Well, not your tournament life, but your winner bracket life here in the Spring Championship round of 8. He's slashing ByuN's units. He was actually just trying to enter the cheat code, but he got it wrong, and so it reveals him. I was like, well, if you can't type the cheat code right, you're gonna get exposed. Alright, Zealot's Colossus still pushing. I mean, ByuN is still struggling Viking count-wise. Army supplies are dead even right now, so there's a world where ByuN does not win this because he needs to get rid of the Colossus. The Colossus are doing way too much to the Bio army, and what's funky is that now you've got a lot of Marauders left over, and your opponent is super heavy on the Zealot count. So the issue with that is obviously that the Marauders do not chew through Zealots very easily. They do not do a lot against those Zealots at all. If these go down, a couple of Zealots melt. The Colossus will go down. The Immortal falls as well here. I think ByuN is going to still obviously find his way to do this, but he's actually still being chased down by Zealots as well, and his army's not super healthy. A handful of Medivacs trying to make their thing happen, just seeing if they can poke about for a few more pickoffs, get rid of some Medivacs. Anything along those lines right now, you will take what you can get as the Bioforce regathers, and I do still think that ByuN has just got enough of an edge in this game to see it through to a victory. As we make our way out across over to that right-hand side. Marauders shooting, Stalker's taking damage. Another Disruptor Shot comes straight in, is going to hit that Siege Tank. Another Disruptor Shot going to hit a couple of the Marauders, so again, damage being done across the board as we continue to turn about. Again, there's our Stalker Disruptor still coming online. Our Ghosts, our Marines, our Marauders all building. The Bio army steps back once again. And Colossus coming through, the +3 shields coming up as well. Continue to bring that about as we just have Marine Marauder Medivac all coming online here currently. Again, bringing a lot of this up as the 3-3 comes through. And can we get ByuN to actually take a fight that can close this out? Trigger's still hanging on in there with the 5 bases. ByuN trying to get this high ground base set up for himself currently too. Get that online, you're going to feel a lot better. It's still scary enough here from Trigger that ByuN has to really respect this. Losing SCVs. So Trigger's going to just commit up this ramp. This is bad because now you can only get away by going down the ramp. Disruptor Shot good, gets a couple of ghosts, gets a lot of other Bio units. This Disruptor Shot gets denied, believe it or not. The Vikings, though, are not getting rid of the Colossus, and ByuN's army is hurting. Like, its HP levels are not looking super pretty. Stalker's blinking forward again, trying to make some pickoffs. Well, has Trigger just won the fight? The Medivacs are going to have to start doing some healing. With these Colossus, you can't get rid of them. If the Colossus are still there, they are just doing so much work. A couple of Vikings starting to arrive again, but boy, I mean, we are so desperate for those Vikings. As this is going to be the Planetary Fortress there, on its way up, currently on its way to dying as well. ByuN's just going to get overwhelmed. He's going to lose this game. Oh my god. What? I don't even really know what to say. That was a ridiculous, like ByuN just couldn't kill the army. He just could not for the life of him get rid of that Protoss force. Crazy. Alright, we're going to go to Frostline for the fifth and final map of this series, guys. These guys have been playing GSL qualifiers all day, but they showed up here and meant freaking business, apparently. That is absolutely nutty. Credit to Trigger, hanging on in there, holding out as best he could, as long as he could. Gets there in the end. Well played. Let me get Blaze in the right position. I'm gonna have to run ads again, guys. These are not short games either, so just want to make sure that we don't have the ads during the pinnacle moments of this series. Just play it safe in that regard. Give us a second or two. Any casters covering today's games besides me? There's a Polish, French, and Russian language stream. If you want to check those out. But just me today on the English stream. Usually you can find all the streams obviously in the Twitch directory, or also over on the TL.net. Usually most streams attach themselves there too, so it's a good TL.net calendar is always a good place to check. Alright, blades are ready. We've got a bit of chunkage of the ads done already as well. Let's jump into Frostline. The look of disgust as he surveys the chat. What, me? I don't look disgusted when you pull my chat. Ay. Alright, let's get this one up and running then, guys. It's a final game of the series. We've gone to a game 5. Let's go. As we have in the top right side, the blue Protoss player is Trigger. Bringing it back, man, the games he's won, he's been really struggling in. And then the game he was really looking good in, ByuN won. So, we've had pretty much, this has been the series of whoever's in a significantly decent position has ended up not winning the game. Obviously, the first game, ByuN killed all those pros with the Widow Mine. If we discount that one, games 2, 3, and 4, I mean, what a crazy series, because actually, when you think back to it, game 1 obviously was very fast with the Widow Mine shot, and then game 2, we lost 14 workers to Hellions, and I was like, okay, well, I think this is just over, guys. I'm really sad, because I feel like Trigger's not playing up to his level. I feel like this is maybe just going to be a bit too much at the end of a long qualifier day for these guys. And then they freaking show up and end up playing this series. Now we're 4 games deep into game 5. I could not have been more wrong about that assessment. That's why you should never read a series by its first game. Legendary saying, first uttered by StarCraft greats in years gone by. I'm sure someone said it once. I mean, what a crazy turnaround. This entire series just has been absolutely bonkers through and through again. It really has been crazy. Well, a couple of pros is going to nibble. The engineering base still coming about as well currently. Gonna get that engineering bay cancelled. The Nexus will get to start off, so we get that going as well. Nexus, Cybercore coming through. The Reaper is going to be finishing shortly. CC is on the way up. And that mule just dropping down into the main mineral line. CVs continue to produce through for a moment or two. And factoring the refinery coming up, so we get that on the way. Just going to see the Reaper heading over to the upper right hand side. Again, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming about. Quality Council coming online. Nexus finishing very soon as well. Boom, 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 boom. Judging Epic Bites covers a very good idea nowadays, yeah. Our times have changed. Adept is going to be shooting away at Reactor, will be taking some shots. Again, following this, guys, we're going to have Zound versus the winner of this series, and then Classic will be playing the loser. So, a lot of action continuing through. Let's just have, again, a few moments here for the moment. Continue to get settled. Blinking the Warp Gate coming up, probes in the gateway coming online as well. That orbital is going to shift on over toward the naturals here, so it's going to get that a cruising. Heavy Marine's going to jump straight onto this Adept. Able to get that knocked down nice and quickly as well, so take that out. Get that out of here. Job well done for the moment. Well, Medevac and Marines will begin to make a step across the map. The Hellions are coming across as well. The Hellions are going to sit over this side. You've got the Marines and the Medevac over on that direction. You can kind of see the setup that's looking to arrive sooner rather than later right now, so trying to get that set up. A few Stalkers going to blink in. Gets the Medevac full of units. Well, let's hope the Hellions can do something. The Natural is fairly undefended, but the Probe's pulled pretty quickly. Only 3 workers, and we're going to run away. I feel like that could have maybe been an attempt to get a little bit more. Again, the Liberator coming about. A couple of barracks are coming up too, so we continue to bring that in for the moment. We got a couple more probes just going to be getting that killed. And Liberator going to siege. A couple of Stalkers going to get grabbed. And oh, that's the disgusting position. Oh, it's slightly wrong. Yeah. There we go. There we go. No. Can't find it. There's a disgusting position where you can siege the Liberator, and it can't be hit by Stalkers. And you could see ByuN was trying to just about find the position for it. It didn't happen. It's funny. Alright, well, Gates, Temple Archives coming up. The charge is coming through as well. We get all of that rolling here as our Stalkers continue to get set. Gonna have ourselves the Gates coming about, the Immortal and the charge coming through. Where will we go from here? Obviously, the damage done in the end. 6 probes in their depth, the Liberator, the Hellions, the Marines all dead. Quite a big investment from ByuN that doesn't really do as much as he probably wanted it to. He's probably looking for a whole lot more than that, so I'd say that Trigger feels fairly okay about the other game, which is concerning. Because again, everyone who's had a lead in this series has ended up losing the series, given a little bit given a little bit of time, so yeah. Let's have that charge finishing up in a few moments as well. We get that completed here. And yeah, Liberator going to get to that upper right hand side. Rest of Trigger's army gathering up as well. Oh, Medevacs will come through the bottom side as we try and get the move about. The Bio going to come across. Again, the Storm coming about. Next, and the Forge coming in. Again, the Bio just going to be getting there. Just going to go after the Bion. The Stalker's gathering up as well. So we'll get that. I'm just going to see the Medevacs coming through. And yeah, the Combat Shield about to finish. Ghost Academy coming up. The Vikings and Marauders coming online. I was actually going to get rid of a couple of the Stalkers. Going to get 3 Stalkers? Oh my goodness. Trigger just going to lose a chunk there. Those Stalkers obviously meant to be zoning and kind of keeping map control. Not meant to be losing those Stalkers. They're meant to very much so stay alive in these situations. So, yeah, a couple of mistakes in that regard as the rest of our army will continue to come over here. Zealots and the Immortal gathering and readying a bit of a shove in towards the Natural as Trigger has about... Well, he has an army supply lead. ByuN's medevacs bottom right are not doing anything because they're getting zoned by those stalkers. So, despite the fact that Trigger's mostly over here, ByuN is being pretty scary. You see the... well, there's actually Knight's going to try and grab the Immortal, but then the Storms come down. Still chasing. The Orbital has to back away though, so no third base from ByuN. And while Trigger's mines on 4 bases, you can see that this game is absolutely getting out of hand. This is absolutely getting away from you right now. Yeah, and Armor coming up, Mortal, 2 Zealots, and the Robo Bay coming about. Let's see, the Zealots are going to try and charge through already. We just have ourselves the Widow Mines going off. It's a lot of Zealots that are taking a lot of hits. That's going to be the major kind of one thing you can kind of hold on to here with this ByuN is like attacking into ByuN is going to be difficult. ByuN can kind of abuse that a little bit by sitting there defensively and saying, well, maybe you get impatient, maybe you can try, you know, maybe you try and get something done. And ByuN just tries to max out and then take some fights from being maxed out. The thing I will say is that I just don't think Trigger's army is super great. Right? Like when you look at his army comp, it's 30 Zealots. He does have Storm and he's got some Immortals, but it is very Zealot heavy. So that supply is high. Is it good enough to truly take some fights? Right now, the High Templar in the front doesn't have Storm, so this Orbital can land back down. Did he just lift? It almost looked like he lifted all the Orbitals the way the SCV stopped. Sometimes that happens, but I think it made sense to just lift the one. I don't know why that came in my head there. Bio is going to set up. Obviously, you do not want to lose SCVs here. ByuN's already struggling to have a third base. He has to deal with this fairly quickly, and so far that's been actually a pretty good trade, right? Gets rid of a few of the Zealots fairly swiftly. Not going to bunch down. Obviously, forcing them to fight into this choke point is a major benefit to you as well. 9 more Zealots in production. The Colossus on the way still. So Trigger looking to improve that army into a different wave of splash damage. As do we have enough here from ByuN to keep on holding? The Stalker's going to get turned around. Going to start going the other direction. As yo, cheese. Hi, EU. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Hi there. Hello. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Appreciate the resub. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for subbing up. As our Zealots will continue around. The Stalker Colossus Immortal Force coming around the top. Tanks will shoot. Bio units set up in the center. Storms will continue to drop into place. Zealots will continue to take some damage. Marine Marauder Medevac continue to come down as we speak. Couple of feedback, just going to be seeing those Medevacs out of energy, but they're still actually able to kind of pack against a few Zealots, trading well for the moment, as we just have, again, the Bio able to get rid of one more Zealot. There's a pylon there. If we can get rid of 2, it's just going to knock that down as well. Vehicle weapons and 2 upgrades coming about. We're just going to have the rest of the Bio going to fight there. Colossus still just going to be taking some shots. Is going to end up dropping. I mean, this is nice from ByuN. This is where he chases away, and this is what he had success with in the last game as well. He had one big fight that was good, and then the chase down is always going to have a bit of potential. The Prism goes down. That High Templar doesn't have energy. Oh god, this is more than a chase down. He's starting to clean up this entire force. The Vikings are hitting the Colossus as well. There's not that many Stalkers here. There's only one Viking actually left over. Just trying to protect that as best he can. The Storm should be good to help get it, and it does go down. Regathering, and on the right side, that little bit of a drop gets cleaned up too. ByuN with a bit of a win, but there's still going to be a 5-base Trigger online very shortly, so he's still getting into that 5th base. He's still going to be set up fairly decently himself in the coming moments. And the Bio gathering up. The 2 upgrades coming around, the vehicle weapon upgrade coming in. Marine Marauder Viking continues to come about as the the High Templar feedbacks one of the ghosts. Trying to trade out with some of those resource casters or spell casters as best as we can. The snipe goes off. This time the High Templar goes down. Ghost getting the snipe from far enough away. The High Templar couldn't get anything done to it. Still got the 2-2 about to finish from ByuN as well. It's actually a pretty major timing upgrade lead he's got on the upgrades, right? Because he's going to have, what, about half of the 2-2 still to go Trigger to catch up there. The concern for ByuN is he's very low Viking-wise. He doesn't have a lot of stuff in the sky. And again, that Colossus count has rebuilt up. As you can see, it's getting to a noteworthy number. 3 Colossus is going to be something you really have to try and respect, and to do something against it, you know, a lot of points of this. +2 attack, +2 armor coming in, the Immortal coming around. See a couple of Vikings coming up as well. Marine Marauder still getting set here. The ship weapons coming through. And that Storm will come down once more. Still pushing forward. The Vikings looking for the Colossus at the moment. Battery in the front taking damage. Zealots will go down. And we are going to get ourselves straight into position here. We keep on pushing through. Stalkers blinking over to the right side. Vikings going to continue to shoot. The Colossus dropping. 2 of them low in the back, but still alive. Can we get a few units just to target those Colossus? They can't walk down the ledge, so they are going to end up dropping. It looks as though ByuN is going to have enough. The Zealots continue to charge on through on the other side, maybe, but ByuN is going to have an army here that's not being stopped. And if he just goes, I don't think you get enough time for it as Trigger to actually rebuild. It's not like he has a ton of money banked either. He does actually need to mine the money to get mine the resources to actually be able to rebuild here currently. So, yeah. EMP goes down. High Templar gets caught. We step forward with the rest of this Bioforce. We snipe down the High Templar. The Immortal goes down. The Zealot is still charging in. GG gets called, and ByuN is going to take it. In 5 games, he stays alive in the winner bracket and will advance through to play Zaun in that next round. Okay, guys, okay. That's where we're going to sit. That's where we're going to stand. Sit, stand, be all around here today. So, ByuN is going to advance through to play against Zaun. And, yeah. I tell you what, guys, I'm going to go to a break screen just because I'm going to have to explain to the players the schedule a little bit here and so on. So I'm just going to do that, and then it means I can fully focus on you guys when we come back. So instead of just trying to, like, half-ass talk and, you know, schedule at the same time and explain stuff, I'm just going to throw us to a break screen. We'll come back, more StarCraft here on the way. ByuN vs. Zaun coming up next. Hello guys, getting back into this. As we get ready for our next best of 5. Awesome. Do I know anything about Dark in the army? I read that he was going to the army soon. That's all I know. I just read someone saying something on Reddit or TL or something. Or even Twitch. I don't know where I saw it, I just know that I've seen it, you know? Yeah, I don't really know. Alright, guys. Zan said he's just going to be a moment, so while he is going to be a moment, we'll take a quick second to quickly once again mention that we are currently running the crowdfunding campaign for the WardiTV 2025 series. We've actually had a bunch of support coming through during the stream today already, so we're now almost 50% through our initial funding goal of $10,000, or thereabouts. It has to be in pounds because I'm from England and that's how this site works. But we're almost 50% of the way through our initial funding goal within 24 hours, so thank you so much everyone that's been awesome there. I'll post that link into the chat on YouTube, and I'll post it it's in the chat if you !2025 on Twitch, if you would like to join us in supporting the 2025 series. There's a series of tournaments which has $25,000 guaranteed before the crowdfunding. The crowdfunding is there to help us push this further, and to help support players giving us StarCraft 2 on a regular basis. So if you would like to check that out, like I say, there's the links. Check it out. It helps us out a whole bunch. And yeah, we are just looking to fund our tournaments a little bit more to help the players out. There's a lot more information on the page about the reasoning and how how we're going to do it and how the approach is going to look like, etc., etc. It goes a lot more in depth. I'm not going to say that go through the whole thing every single time, but it is on the Indiegogo page if you want to read about it or watch the video about it. And if you've got any questions at any point, feel very free to ask away. We'll very happily answer. Ready? Players are set. Let's go into this best of 5 PvT. ByuN versus ByuN, game number 1 of this series, kicking off in just a few moments. As they played today in the GSL qualifier, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, ByuN 2-0 to ByuN, and then ByuN 2-1 ByuN a bit later in the day. So a series which they essentially have already gone 3-2 in ByuN's favor today. We'll see how it goes in this best of 5. Obviously, I don't typically want to give spoilers on the GSL qualifiers and stuff, guys, but this is, pertinent to the fact that this series is a rematch of what was already played earlier for these guys, essentially, so there is that kind of in mind and in play. As we kick off into the bottom left corner with the blue Terran player, this, from the Shopify Rebellion, is ByuN. And in the top right, our red Protoss player is going to be ByuN. Pay dollars out of pocket for an all-random tourney. Our focus right now is just on straight-up funding competitive 1v1 StarCraft 2 at the highest level. Like I've decided that is just what I want to focus on doing. I want to make interesting formats with competitive 1v1, but I want to keep it competitive because that's what the majority of people like on my channel. It's what I feel like I do best. I think there's a lot of content creators out there who probably would like to do more, all random tournaments and stuff like that. I want to focus all of our funding and all of our efforts onto just putting out high-level StarCraft 2 tournaments, so that's the approach we're going for. It's time for DreamHack WardiTV tournament. That would be something, wouldn't it? How sick would that be? WardiTV on the DreamHack stage. That'd actually be ridiculous. Can you imagine, though? What if Blizzard are like, oh my god, Wardy, we really love your tournaments. Why don't you just host the finals of one at BlizzCon next year? Indiegogo doesn't accept PayPal? No, unfortunately it doesn't. If you want to support and via PayPal, very happy to add it to the crowdfunding campaign numbers based on if you just want to make a donation idle or whatever. Like I can make it go to the right place, TLDR. if you want to support in another way but have it count towards the 2025 series, etc., I can promise you all the same benefits and stuff if it's better for you to stick to PayPal. Yeah. There's always some downsides to using some of these crowdfunding platforms, but unfortunately I don't know if Kickstarter lets you use PayPal anyway, but can't use Kickstarter because Kickstarter don't actually let you kickstart live events or tournaments. It's actually a rule that you're not allowed to. So it's really funny because when I first did the Cast of Civil War crowdfunder, I did that on Kickstarter, and and they must have just never like really clicked on that it was a tournament, because that was absolutely fine. And then when I did the Korean Royale, I set it all up on Kickstarter, and it got disallowed. It did not get approved, and I was like, what? But like hours into this, I had to move it all over to Indiegogo instead, because otherwise it just wasn't working. So yeah. Is there no one streaming the GSL qualifiers? No. No one's allowed to. But GSL replay pack should come up in the next day or two, and I imagine a lot of people will start to cast the replays. So as long as they do a replay pack for the qualifiers, I'll probably do at least a couple of streams doing GSL qualifier cast this week. Blink coming around, Warp Gate coming up. Frank streamed some of the games on fresh replays. There you go. So he was getting the replays as they kind of happened and streamed them. Yeah, it's on the Korean streaming site though, right? That's the only downside. See, even if we were allowed to do that on the Korean site, it's just not worth it for me to stream somewhere I don't usually stream, right? I may as well wait for the replays to come up on Patreon. And if they don't come up on Patreon, then we just won't do it. But if they do, I'll make something of it. And we have some time this coming week or so to do things like that. Just, yeah. So like I say, I will do my best to stream a bunch of the GSL qualifiers, guys. Just like I say, we need the replay pack to come out. We'll see if that comes through on the Patreon or not. I don't know if you guys... I don't know if this was said somewhere, but do you guys know anything about... So I read somewhere that GSL was only going to be on Soup this season, like there was not even going to be a YouTube stream. Did anyone else see this? Or is this just me kind of reading something on TL that just wasn't true? Because I didn't know where they picked it up from, but it is only going to be on Soup? Really? Oh, that sucks. You know what that means, guys. It means we're probably just going to have to do full-on GSL casts. We'll probably just do same-day GSL casts, I think. That's probably going to be what we do. If it's not on Twitch and YouTube, man, like... Will there be an English stream on Soup? Yeah, there will be. But, yeah. It's in the post on Patreon. Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't read that in full, you know. So yeah, there'll be an English stream. It's just a lot of people will not go over to that platform. So if we get the replays, we may as well cast them, because I imagine there'll be quite a few people that want to watch that stuff, you know. Just gonna see a couple of Stalkers warping in. Continue to get set in the center as Siege Tank Marine Stim will continue to come through. The Marines are gonna get the Observer there. No, the Observer just about gets away, pulling over to the sides. That's a nice denial, though. We are going to see that Stim going down. So nice catch from Zalin, getting some damage done with these Stalkers. Obviously, killed the Orbs, but then the Prism's still there for the high ground blink, so that's pretty huge. As you will see, our Siege Tank and our +1 attack upgrade coming through. The Stalker's going to step up. Going to see that bunker taking some damage. And that bunker will fall as ByuN continues to try and find a defense. Without Stim, it's going to be a little while longer to... Yeah. I think it's going to take us a little while longer to really kind of get into the kind of setup that he wants to truly push this back and to be comfortable on the map, you know? So we have a moment. Thank you so much. Chemo going in for the 5 gifted memberships over on the YouTube. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for gifting out memberships. Going out to MMMM, Ariel Mortis, Bernard Dancel, probably I feel so bad murdering like actual people's names. Like murdering people's gamer tag is one thing, but murdering people's names is another. GMG and Pinotto? Is that what the Korean name is? I think it might be Pinotto. But or Pinota. Oh no, Piñata. My Koreans, I haven't tried to do my Korean in a long time. There's a Korean name in there, which I'm also probably murdering. Well, I tried. Marine Marauder. Medevac, going through the Stim Combatant +1 will finish shortly, so ByuN will get his upgrades up and will be able to start utilizing those in the coming moments. Because shells coming about, Stim and the +1 coming through, the charge building, the +1 coming online, the Robobay and the Immortal coming up also here currently. A little bit of Bion just going to step straight through, and the Stalkers will get pushed back a little bit as well. Thank you again, Chemo, for the 5 gifted memberships. YouTube membership gifting is apparently a real thing now. Crazy. You love the British pronunciation of your name. Yeah, well, honestly, like, I don't even know if I'm really speaking British, you know, like, I'm from the north, we don't even say things properly up here. Piñata is the thing you dash to get candy? Oh yeah, yes it does say that, Piñata. Oh, that is actually exactly what it says. It's funny. You know what it is? I'm just trying to say it out and think of it as like a name. You know what I was thinking? For some reason, I was thinking it's like, oh, it's almost like Ponyta. Freaking Pokemon nerd within me is like, oh, that has some similar letters to a Pokemon in it. Because we are going to be seeing the Vikings with a good denial in the bottom right, getting rid of that Prism. Really good shutdown there. Gonna see how Stalker's coming about, the Bioforce with the tanks. Now finally has its Stim as well, so ByuN surviving through that difficult period after that Stim was lost and he got a bit delayed on getting set up. Are Trigger and Classic playing at the same time as this match? No. Trigger and Classic will play live after this. But what will happen is that the loser of this will play against Clem at the same time as Trigger Classic. So we'll have Trigger versus Classic, and then we will cast the loser of this series versus Clem after. It will be completely spoiler-free, but it will be played at the same time because obviously it's already getting super late. It's already past midnight in Korea. So by the time this series finishes, we don't want people to wait a whole another best of 5 just to play a best of 5 after that, you know? And these guys have also been playing all day in GSL qualifiers. Like, it's already pretty brutal for them, so... You know, if I wasn't on a schedule of having to finish this up tomorrow, then, you know, we would have probably tried to reschedule. If I'd known GSL qualifiers were going to take 6 hours, I would have had some matches pre-played to just get this done in a different way. Yeah, I mean, GSL qualifiers have never taken this long. They're usually 3 hours long at most. I thought at worst case we would start an hour late today, which was very manageable. Instead, we started 3 hours late. So, yeah, unfortunately, just things going a bit differently to expectation. And obviously, like I say, when I scheduled this tournament and the playoffs and stuff, GSL wasn't even announced, so can't really do much about that on my side, right? Just gotta try and make the most of it. So yeah, that's why we'll get a couple matchups kind of played at the same time. We just want to try and help the players out as much as we can, but we still have to, like I say, what was about the players, but we still have to put on a show, right? So yeah. When would GSL replays be available to casters? I think they usually put them up on the same day, so if they're going to put Qualifier replays up, I imagine we get them like later today. Obviously I have WardiTV Mondays on Monday. I'm actually going to take Tuesdays just a day off in total. We might do some casting on Wednesday, and then we might do some on Wednesday, definitely on Thursday I think, if they actually do put those replays up. Should be fun. So yeah, we'll definitely try and cover some if they do put them up. If they don't, then obviously I can't, but yeah. This next week's kind of weird. I don't have much going on in terms of StarCraft plans, so it would actually be kind of nice to get a hold of some of the replays and to cast them, you know. Yeah, we're coming up online. Observer coming about. Disruptor on the way through. +3 attack, +1 armor, all building up here. Our Disruptor is coming through as well as the Zealots and the Colossus is going to start hitting their way through the rocks, so damage being done right from the start of this. Gonna knock those rocks down, and we are gonna see Zan moving up to the high ground into the center and readying to push down to the bottom left. There's a few missile turrets coming online, the fusion core coming up, planetary fortress coming online as well, and a couple more CCs also being added in for the moment. So all of that coming straight through. All those elves going to get hit as we are going to see Sage Shanks firing the other way. Disruptor goes down. Again, all the upgrades continuing about. A couple of command centers coming through. Medivacs, Marauders, +2 armor coming online as well. So again, a little bit of everything being added in right now. Is Clem's game playing today? Yes, it'll be the last series we cover today. So Clem will play today, yes. As the Bio Ghost comes through, Disruptor Shot lands for Marine. Medivacs load up, they're going to pull away that left-hand side. Again, the Prism Speed finishes up. The Shadow Stride coming through as well. So we're going to get that DT Blink available. As Zan just continuing to poke around ByuN. Triple CC, so he's ready to go into a bunch of command centers, ready to play this into a much later stage of the game. ByuN is very happy to kind of set this up apparently, so a couple of Vikings will come around. Advanced Ballistics, a couple of Liberators coming up, and Command Center is still coming through. Bio going to get rid of 2 Disruptors there, so a couple of Disruptors going down. Bio from the top side going after some Zealots as well. We're still chasing, the Colossus goes down, those Disruptors still peeling back away. +2 ship weapons, +3 attack. Advanced Ballistics halfway done, the SCV is still repairing up. There's Planetary. Planetary will go down, the DTs are still swinging their way through some of those SCVs currently. 4 more libs coming about. The Marauders producing. Disruptors and Zealots building. And we've got the Zealot Stalker Colossus coming around the bottom side. Disruptor Shot going to land for a single Marauder. Oh, the Colossus goes down too. It's nice from ByuN. Any Colossus you get rid of is going to help a lot. We still have quite a few Zealots here and reinforcing Zealots showing up. DTs are going to show in from the other side though, and he's confident that they can deal some damage. So they blink straight on in. Zan is coming out on a much better supply counter than ByuN at the end of this. Couple of Liberators will try and siege up across the top. Stalkers and the Zealots will continue through. Down on the bottom. A little Widowmine Shot going to be lining up as well. Hits a few of the Zealots also as we continue to move on through. This army of Zan is back up into the center here. A couple of Liberators already going to start hitting those Stalkers, and those Stalkers begin to take a bit of a beating. Well, Liberators are very good. That's one way for ByuN to kind of get a defense going, but the problem is you can see the map starting to come out and about for Zan. He's just getting a bunch of movement around the top and the right side. So we got a lot of that online here currently. As again, the Medivacs and the Liberator being brought through too. Can ByuN actually turn this into something? Can he still make this a bit of a game? Can he still make this a bit more of a contest? Dive through for one Disruptor. Next Disruptor Shot coming through as well. Disruptor Shot flying through one more time there. Not doing too much just yet. Another Disruptor will try and fire. Now we blink up. Gonna see a couple of those Vikings getting chased away. Disruptor still chasing forward. Bang, bang. ByuN's losing way too much. There's not really any saving this one. As the Marauders, the Marines keep going down, the Liberators join back over to the sides. Not really much else to say, like I said, on this as the extra Zealot will produce through, but I think we're definitely on the tail end of this one. ByuN definitely looking as though he's not going to have enough to keep on fighting. The Marauders continue to come around and just have ourselves a few Stalkers going to step up again. A couple of Liberator shots going to go bang bang, and those Stalkers taking damage already. Another round of Zealots and Stalkers coming in for the moment. Let's have ourselves a scan on top of the army, keeping an eye on things. Shots off fire. Stalkers blink down. A few more hits coming about. Force field comes into place. That Liberator on the top side goes down. The Stalker's going to get underneath there, and they're going to be able to push that Liberator back, so that's going to be a nice little cleanup as well. The CC goes down. I mean, again, Sound is just winning in so many different places right now. As this first game definitely seems as though it's going to go the way of our Protoss player. ByuN is probably sitting here thinking, well, I am one of the best at kind of playing late at night and playing as long as possible, so the longer he tries to stay in it, the better it maybe goes for him in terms of wearing opponents down. But yeah, this is kind of doomed as he tries to drop back into the liberation zones. The Libs are doing a lot, to be fair. It's just you need something more than the Liberators to actually win this game at the end of the day. I mean, obviously you can't just have Liberators sieging as your only answer, sitting on 3 bases against the 6 of his opponent. At recall, Zound actually lost a lot of army supply. Is there any... the problem is for ByuN is even with the win in a fight, there's no way he really gets across the map here, right? Because his army's just not really designed to go across the map. It's not really designed to just go pushing to the other side straight away. I mean, obviously the ability of the Stalkers will solve that. Ghost getting jumped on as they walk out the front spawning. Set up. Liberator will be going down for a couple of moments. I mean, again, still just going to be reinforcing wise. Sound looking pretty good. I mean, he's actually not on an army supply lead still, though, so maybe he could do with actually just waiting out a couple more moments. Just wants to try and keep the orbital from doing too much else. So Sword coming in again. I just don't see what you do to fix this right now, right? This orbital forced away. Even if you've been trading well here as ByuN, you just don't have the income to maintain that kind of level of trading. Is again the forever issue that you're going to be facing in this scenario. Gets called, and Zound is going to take the opening game of this best of 5 series. So Zound here in the top 4 of the winners bracket, looking to keep that moving. I was like, what the hell's that donation, that sub sound from? I was like, I don't see anything anywhere. But it was from the gifted subs from before, gifted memberships. Thank you so much again, I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting everyone. Alrighty, kind of a crazy first game of this series. We're going to get into our next one in a few moments. As our second map here will be Ultra Love. Do, 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 do. Get this start up. Get this underway. As we'll get ourselves into Ultra Love for this game number 2, guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for tuning in. We're out. Oh, I'd say we started a bit late today because of those GSL qualifiers. As we now have ourselves this game number 2 starting up. This will be our second of 4 series in total today, again, guys, just to remind you. So we've got 2 more best of 5s coming after this one. As in the top right side, our blue Terran player, it is ByuN. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Sound. Alright, so where do we go? Where do we take this as the probe comes out? Just gonna drop the pylon down. So now I'm gonna get a little bit aggressive right here, so just gonna throw down the second gateway of the game. And we're going to be looking to apply some real pressure with this. Obviously, this does delay your tech, so we'll see what we can do. See what our plan is going to be. As gateway sets up on the top side, Cybercore coming around, orbital on the CC building as well. Stalker just going to be Corona boosting. Heading across, the Adept coming over as well. Warp gate continues to get going for the moment as again the CC and the reactor coming about here. The Stalker steps out, moving across. A couple of CCs coming in from ByuN, and Marines coming up as well. Stalker gets the SCV, commencing, gets depowered. SCVs are going to pull. Obviously, we've got that. This being a proxy gateway means that you have a lot of extra pressure coming behind this. There's going to be a lot of damage being done. Two SCVs go down. The Adept will shade up. Marines on the run right now. Two Adepts and then Stalker. Pretty scary combo. We do get to finish the command center, though. It feels very good. That feels very reasonable as CC continues up. It's going to have the Twilight Council coming through as well. Plus that Nexus, Probe, and Warp Gate coming online. That will come shading by as we just have the Twilight Council and the Nexus still very much so on the way in for the moment. So bringing that through, Marines are going to gather. A couple of barracks are building. Orbital coming online. Get that finished up. Just a few short moments. And a couple of gates coming about, the blink is coming online, so it's going to be our choice from down early. Following this, a bit of aggression that slowed ByuN down. Obviously, ByuN getting to finish the CC is nice, and him actually going into a third CC behind this means he's on a really strong eco, now into that bio play as well. Overall, I would imagine that you kind of wanted a little bit more here as killing two SCVs and a Marine when you committed to a gateway out on the map is not exactly the sunshine and rainbows kind of opening that you're going to talk and sing about at the end of the day, so not ideal. Step move up, Marines are going to come about, Stalker's going to shoot for a few moments. Bunker already there. 6 SCVs going down, so at least we're finally getting something done from Zan. The bunker looks like it'll live. He's just going to go for as many SCVs as he can get, so claiming the life of a bunch of those. And stimp back in the the attack upgrade continuing through as well. Marine Marauder coming up. Factory in the SCV still building. Hallucination going to head toward the main base. As long as ByuN's sitting on the 2 bases here, 35 to 46 workers is kind of fine because he's going to have the mules to help him out. Obviously nice that Zan got some damage done eventually. Stalker's going to get toward the bunker. Concussive shells, the attack upgrade coming through. Marine Marauder getting built up right here, so we try and get that all started for now. Bunker will go down, so that's going to be a nice little catch, nice little pick off. Again, getting rid of the bunker, going to open up the game a little bit for you here. As Zan give you that attack into the natural a bit more easily, but it is a tough map to attack on anyway, because you've got that ramp leading up into it, so it ain't going to be too easy to get too much more done, as the +1 and the charge both continue into the production tab. The Immortal on the way as well. I'm going to start moving out, so ByuN. Begin to make a bit of a move over here. We'll have ourselves the pushback. Obviously get that gateway from earlier as well. You know that that's there because, well, you know it was a proxy gate. So easy cleanup, one less gateway for the pros to work with. Now you get your 3rd CC finally into position. Remember that ByuN was on a super fast third, so a lot of the damage he did take also really got offset by, you know, that factor as well. Another nice bonus. A few Marines are going to peel away. And they're going to find an observer to the side. These Stalkers get in there for a quick grab as well. And a little bit of back and forth coming through for the moment as we have the Robo Bay and the Nexus coming up. The +2 attack coming online. Stalkers will begin to fight the Robo Bay. The Zealots continue to come over now also. Counterattack is good, and you get a few Zealots already. Sorry, you get a few SCVs with those Zealots, so it pulls ByuN back, and that buys you a little bit more time to keep an eye on things as well. Have the Bioforce still trying to step up. Forcefield comes down. A couple of Zealots going to get whacked back once more. So just going to be seeing those Zealots still trying to step forward here, so they're going to try and come through. And the Bioforce still hitting away at the Nexus. Another Zealot going down. The rest of these Zealots moving up. Forcefield's going down again. I'm not able to make too much action just yet, as we just have another Widowmine shot going off in the next few moments. Just going to try and grab a little bit of something on that one. That Bion continues to step through. Rocks in the center of the map will be going down, so we open up that little bit of space. Zealot Stalkers taking damage as well. And a couple of Zealots starting to leak through into that mineral line. A couple of SCVs started to take some shots. Let's see how Bio continue to pull back. Zealot's still taking damage. Plus 3 attack coming through. Excellent thermal lens on the way. So can step up. Oh, his Ghost's going to get chased back. Zealot's going to keep charging forward. EMP into the center of everything. The Zealots will continue through as well. Nexus in the plus 3 coming around. The Zealots are going to keep charging. Now Stalker's coming across. ByuN will go running in there. The Colossus firing from afar. Going forward once again. Medevac's coming through. Just going to see the Zealots coming in from the right side. As we do have ourselves a hell of a catch from ZYN. He's going to take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Up and into a lead from him as he looks to knock our final Terran player in the winner bracket down to the lower bracket. Our final non-Protoss player in the winner bracket down to the lower bracket. And ByuN fight back, as right now it's looking good for ZYN going to Amygdala for a game 3. Taking a little while for us to load today. But we will get that. We'll get this set up and ready to go. Players are ready. I'm missing a caster though. Libs don't seem to be mobile enough to be viable. Well, that's because Libs are extremely powerful, but the weakness is that they need to be set up right. So if they were super mobile, they would be pretty insane. I mean, Libs are just already pretty insane. Just not at a, yeah, I mean, it has to be the right situation a lot of the time. And one of the only ways pros can do it, you know, can work against Libra is moving around them a lot of the time and trying to work on that, so, yeah. Yeah. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. Down 0-2, can he bounce back? This is going to be ByuN. Taking on the red Protoss in the top right corner. We're going to have ZYN. He's leading 2-0. Just tough for ByuN to really do much against this ZYN force. Like I say, when they played earlier today, ByuN has taken a couple maps off of ZYN, so has been able to see some successes. Again, the racks and the gate going through, the assimilator setting up for a few moments. Get this underway. Early stages. Let's see, he pulls through. A couple shots coming about, damage being done. Next, just get set up also. Next coming about, again, the Stalker and the Probe coming up and online as well. So again, we get a little bit of everything on the way through. CC and the Reactor building as we speak. And that Probe heading to the upper right side. So I'm just pulling this back as that Stalker Corona Boost and has obviously been pretty comfortable with the Blink play so far. We're looking for more of the same in that regard in these next few moments. Get this into play. CC completes. Again, the racks coming around. Twilight Council coming up. Twilight Council will continue to come by. The Gateway is going to come in online. The Stalker and the Probe's coming through as well. Hallucination will come through. Marine's going to be there. Hallucination already taking a couple of tags. The Warp Gate building up on the Cybercore also. CC coming about. Marine's on the way. Hallucination will continue to, again, make its way across here for the next couple of moments. Marine's building. Hallucination flying. Pretty peaceful. Just waiting for things to get going. Obviously, ByuN playing the 3 racks again is going to be very biocentric. Never really managed to get anything done last time around. I was pretty surprised by it. I thought he was going to be able to have a lot more power kind of coming in with that and to really try and get something done there than what ended up happening. So, a little bit of a shame in that regard. Let's have ourselves the stim. +1. Continue to come through currently. Three Stalkers is going to stand guard for the moment, so they're going to keep things at bay, try and keep things comfortable here. As again, that blink comes online. A couple of gates coming through, probes are building. Starport is on its way from ByuN finally to accompany the Bioforce, which again has just been building up off the 3 barracks. So, finally set up to get established on that. Stimpack will be finished shortly. But obviously, Zound being kind of left alone. There's not been much harassment in this game, just the threat of the 3 Rex units coming across. So he's now going to start taking his tech to that next level, which is going to be the Colossus, the Thermal Lance, Charge. Things are obviously going to be just very stable and secure for him into the mid stages of this game. Bio gathers, but the Stalker's going to go back. 1-2 Marines taking some shots currently. I mean, can ByuN actually step across the map and make something happen? Supply block for Zan right now, fairly serious. That Colossus can't come out because of it. And that may make a difference in terms of timing for the defense. Like I say, it's not like ByuN is rushing across the map. He's very much so waiting for the medevacs and everything else. So he is trying to be as cautious as he possibly can be in the upcoming moments. Stalkers hitting the Marauder, the rest of the Marines taking damage. So we are going to get a Zealot grabbed here as well. Just going to be able to jump onto that already. As the Stalkers still gather up. Again, cluster shells coming through. Medevacs and Marauders coming about. Armor upgrade on the way as well. And that Bio's already going to be there. Some of those Stalkers getting chased back at the moment. The Bioforce will step away. Armory, Engineering Bay coming through. Those medevacs. Gotta be a little bit careful. Obviously, as those Colossus step up from down, a couple of medevac's going to come around the top here from ByuN, and they're going to be trying to dart in toward the main base. There's Stalkers everywhere, though, and hard to imagine that they're going to succeed, so ByuN is kind of hitting a bit of a lacking attack. Just not really finding enough at all so far. When it comes through, going to be knocking down the rocks, and so we did see ByuN earlier today against Trigger take this as a third base. He will not do that here against Down. He's going to take this as a fourth base instead. Seems to be his plan of action at the moment. A couple of Vikings coming through, Marauders coming up, 2-1 upgrades building as well. Just for now. That's Colossus still stepping by for now. Just again see the +2 attack and the disruptors on the way. I mean, just Sound already taking into the next kind of stage of things here, so getting straight up with that one. Next results warp in. Just going to be seeing the couple gates come through, the robo facility coming up. Again, that +2 attack's getting going as well. The +2 on the engineering bay comes in with the ship weapons as well. There goes down, making a little bit of a bigger shove forward. The Stalker's going to be there. My unit's going to come back out, fighting a little bit as well. What's going to fight? Marauder's taking damage. Shots still just coming about. The Vikings going to get rid of the Observer in the sky. A couple of Stalkers get chased away as well. It's just going to chase this back the other direction. So I've got the 2-2 going about, the army coming down this other side. Just going to try and make a little bit of a step across right here. Okay, good fight for ByuN as he is able to kind of knock those Colossus down, and now he's going to be able to chase the Stalkers. Chasing the Stalkers obviously is going to be a very exciting prospect, because you get rid of those Stalkers, you get rid of so much of the value in that Protoss army. Knock that down and should be able to do very well for yourself. So it's going to shoot a couple more times. ByuN is still taking some damage. Well, we have disruptors firing through. ByuN definitely seems like he's somewhat in control of this army at the moment, so maybe in a little bit of a better spot. See if we can continue through with it though, as we have the fire coming about. It's a lot of Zealots. I mean, it's really the disruptors now you've got to be careful of as ByuN. That does force you to have to pull back a lot of the time as you're pulling back. It gives units like the Stalkers a good chance to deal damage as well. The disruptor shot just coming straight by. I mean, Sound's back onto the map and pushing across this other side, so he's going to keep on bringing this pressure, so he's going to send it a little bit right now. And straight on through. And +3 attack coming about, a couple Colossus on the way. This Bio Viking force fills out over the side a little bit already. It's just going to get over there. Bio force going to get rid of the disruptors. Just going to knock that down as well. A couple more ghosts coming through. The +3 attack coming up. Marauders in the Liberator building also. Continue around, just going to get ourselves a CC. A couple more of those Zealots still getting shot at. The rest of the Bioforce here just going to try and grab a cannon. Again, Stalkers and Zealots still coming through. A lot of those Marauders going down as we speak. And ByuN taking some heavier losses now than maybe initially expected. The only thing I will say is a lot of this Protoss force is getting stuck in this natural. So a lot of the Protoss army there is not going to get out alive. Going to try and recall. Still loses a lot of the Zealots during that, and there's still Zealots left behind as well. So while ByuN loses a chunk of SCVs, he does trade very well with the army, like I say, that puts itself into that corner. Grab an observer, and ByuN continuing to try and move around, but it seems as though Zaun's just playing a little bit too kind of... Like, Zaun's army keeps showing up where ByuN just is not. He's just completely out of position here for this one. Can ByuN capitalize on this? He eats the Disruptor shots. He didn't manage to cancel those before they connected, so that's already a pain point. This Disruptor shot's very nice as well. This Disruptor shot's going to zone him back, and it gives Zaun the escape. He's already knocked down the 4th base, right? So the 4th base going down is already going to be a huge success story for the game, and I'm just going to say GG. He says that this one has gone a little bit too far. Zaun is going to take the 3-0, and Zaun will move on through to the upper bracket final. He's going to be playing against Hero in that, against MaxPax in that upper bracket final. That will be tomorrow. Right now, guys, we're going to be heading ourselves into some PvP in the form of Trigger versus Classic. So we're going to get that set up and ready to go. So Trigger Classic coming up, and then we're going to head ourselves into the Clem versus ByuN series. So that is coming up in just a couple. Perfect. Alright, let's get this ready. I'll be right back. Get that started in a couple of moments. Just go throw the break screen on so I can get this sorted out properly without getting distracted, guys. BRB. Alright, hello guys, welcome back. Just like I said, again, some stuff sorted as we go to swap between events, matches a little bit, and keep things moving as smoothly as possible, obviously, is the goal, especially because we've been starting late today. Again, GSL qualifiers got us a delayed start, so, yeah, a little bit of a delayed start in that regard. I'm just trying to keep things moving because it's late in Korea. It's already 1 AM for them, so, yeah. I'll get this set up, and we can go as we get ready. Oh. And everyone in game. Okay guys, if you're enjoying the WardiTV Spring Championship and you want to see more like this, the best way to support right now for more tournaments, we got the Patreon page and stuff still, and all the usual things, but obviously the crowdfunder for the WardiTV 2025 series is live. I'll post the link for that over in the YouTube and Twitch chats if you want to check it out. So you guys can check that out, support, and help us to raise funds as we look to build on what is already guaranteed $25,000 of prize money this year. So please do consider, like I say, yeah, please do consider supporting, helping us out. We're about 24 hours into the crowdfunder, and we are pretty much at 50% of our goal, which is almost $5,000 raised. So, like I say, it's been an incredible effort so far. There's been a bunch of people putting some big support in on the crowdfunder today already as well. So again, do check that out. Appreciate it if you do. As we are just waiting for... Well, I thought we were waiting for other people to join the lobby, but they're just not here. So, instead, let's just get this started. Trying to get the fourth map picked here before we start, guys, just to make it a bit smoother later on. Fourth map will be Frost, fifth map will be... Amygdala. Alright. PvP's ready. Get this going. We're losing casters. I don't know where, but we're losing them somewhere. Alright, we're going into the PvP, guys. Appreciate you all. And let's get ourselves setting off into this next matchup. Some PvP action coming through with Classic versus Trigger. Trigger played a great series against ByuN, just wasn't quite enough. That first round, by the way, in that winner, so far, I mean, obviously ByuN was a 3-0. That was the first 3-0 out of like 7 matches or something. It's been a ridiculously good tournament and just like good score lines. And a lot of the games have been great as well. Our playoffs have been banging so far here in the WardiTV Spring Championship. $5,000 to be won across the weekend, as we have in the bottom left corner of the map. The blue Protoss player entering this best of 5 will be Trigger. Obviously, this is round 1 of the lower brackets, so loser here exits as top 8 in the tournament. Win this, you get to top 6, and you will be playing against Hero tomorrow. Not exactly a fun matchup, but a winnable one, right? I think for both these guys. You know, PvP, I think, is always going to be seen as a winnable matchup for the majority of the time, so yeah, going to be interesting for sure to get ourselves this game 1 of the best of 5 kicking off, getting underway, figuring out what the plan's going to be as yes, a bit of PvP for us with this Trigger Classic series. So we get that all underway, we get this all started off. The Nexus coming through, and as the Nexus comes through, the Gateway gets going as well. So you can see the probe and the assimilator coming about. Going to have a couple of potential nibbles coming through here. Let's just have ourselves the Gateway coming up, the Nexus coming about, and get settled for now in those early stages. Well, there you go, guys. GSL Season 1 Qualifier Replay Pack has just gone on Patreon. So we can cast that. It only has certain matches, but still plenty for us to cast. So, yeah, we'll be able to cast a bunch of that. That'll be cool. Nice. Awesome. A little bit sad because, like I said, there's actually some really cool games in other stages of the tournament that we seemingly won't get, but yeah. So yeah, we'll do a stream of that on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure just yet. Not sure just yet as we work our way through some early probes, nibbling around and trying to see what's going on, etc. And nothing too crazy for the moment. Nibble, nibble here, nibble, nibble there. Okay, coming up, the Adept on the way through, Nexus still finishing shortly. We've got the Stargate on the way, and still got the Stalker and the Sentry coming about as well. Warp Gate is building on the side of Trigger, so we get that coming up. Chrono Boost on the Nexus, and the probes will clip each other for a couple of moments. It comes down. Look at that Oracle coming about as well. So you're seeing a little bit of progress being made. Nice and quickly on this one. Just get that Stargate going here. Obviously PvP. Oftentimes it is Stargate versus Stargate. This will not be the case as Classic just gets the Oracle out and then we'll go into the Twilight Council. Trigger is yet to really do anything in terms of tech. Of course, Trigger has had great PvP in this tournament. He 3-0'd Max Packs. Now, that's a statement, but it's also a kind of like an iffy one because obviously Max Packs plays a very particular way, and Trigger really did the same build on repeat just to kill him. Was a bit surprising that Max Packs did not figure it out during the course of the best of 5 or switch it up enough to kind of just, deter Trigger from doing just that. So, yeah. This is going to be a very different challenge as the Oracle continues through for a couple of probes. Going to make it 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually getting some really good damage here. As the Oracle is going to get a good few workers, so Classic going to take a slight worker edge at this point in the game, up by 2 or 3, and should be beaming with his early Oracle harassment. A Pulsar beamed its way into some good work. Oracle goes around the top side now, obviously. As this heads into just Blink versus Blink, I always kind of like this for this player who has an Oracle. Oracles just feel so good. Like, there's just so much potential with Oracles, right? Like, it always feels like there's going to be opportunity to get something more done, or to find an opening, or to utilize stasis wards, etc. Like, it feels like that's always going to be something of an option, so yeah, as you see, the Adept going to shade by. A couple Stalkers going to be there. The Adept shades through. Gathering up for the moment is, again, the Blink on the way. The couple Stalkers coming up. And the Stalkers will join together. Blink and the +1 coming about here currently, as we do see the hallucination going to pop up. Stalker step over, Oracle overhead. Again, Robo Facility and the +1 attack upgrade coming through. The extra probes coming about currently as the Stalkers will come around at the bottom side. Yeah, we've got that charge coming up with that +1 as well. Stalker's going to blink straight in. Pylon is going to be taken out as the Stalkers. Well, one of the Stalkers goes down immediately here, so just going to get a little grab on that. Hitting that Adept back the other way. Just going to be seeing the +1, the charge coming through. The extra gates all coming online. Get ourselves settled as the Stalker and the +1 comes up. The Observer on the way out. Again, Gateways and the Cannon continue to produce for the moment, so we keep that going. Pylon about to finish up, as we do see the hallucination still setting up over on the sides there, so again, moving over a little beat. Focus will hit the pylon. There's the next coming down once more. Pylon coming up. And those upgrades coming through, +2 on each side. The charge is coming online as well, so we keep that going for the moment. Any more than the +2 comes about. Stalker's going to blink up. That's going to get through. The Forge is going to take a couple shots of damage. Yeah, we'll see just a little bit of harass coming through already. So getting some work done up towards the high ground. And we're just going to be seeing the +2 attack continuing as well for the moment. A lot of Stalkers from Classic is obviously Trigger is just trying to hold off against some of this harassment that's kind of getting thrown his way as well. He's just trying to be a little bit cautious there. And more Stalkers moving about. Just going to be seeing a couple of shots coming through and lining up for the moment. It's a Guardian Shield already in play as the couple of the Stalkers come in from the other side. Recall back to this gold base. Classic looks to defend this, so tries to get set back up over here, gets set back on track. Just gonna have ourselves a float of these units hitting each other, and the Immortal obviously a big part of this. Trigger trying to go up the ramp. That Immortal will put a lot of work in there. Nice stasis ward as well, gonna catch a good few probes, slow down some of the income of Trigger during this. As Trigger just gonna try and keep brute forcing his way up to break this gold. He really seems to believe that this gold base should not be taken by his opponent right now. He really thinks he should be able to deny this. I kind of think somewhat rightfully so. The stasis wards have been great, by the way. That Oracle has now gone down, but hey, some good stasis wards out of him. Can't complain about the Oracle being that successful as the Stalker, Immortal, and Zealots come over too. And does Classic want to go pushing in? +2 attack advantage on his side currently to the just +1 of Trigger, so it makes a bit of a difference as well. Those Stalkers still very much so gathering together. Stalker's going to shoot. A couple Zealots in the +3 coming over as well. Just going to be having ourselves the upgrades obviously still continuing in. I mean, that's going to be interesting because right now we've got a little bit of surround on this army, but that gives Classic maybe the chance to jump on half of it. Definitely a little funky right there as the Stalkers continue about. Come back the other way, stepping across for the moment. Just going to step straight through. And we are going to see extra Stalkers warping in as we have ourselves the push straight into this. I mean, there's going to be a fourth phase of Trigger going down, so Classic will succeed. Now Trigger evens up the upgrades. How well can he bounce back onto this? A little bit of a wild one as we have the rest of the Stalkers coming about. I mean, Trigger losing the 4th is rough, because Classic's moved up to a 5th base already as well. The problem for Triggers is just mass Stalkers, which can have some value, but right now it's not getting enough done, right? Is it's really just where we're at currently. So the Zealots are starting to be an issue. The Immortals are continuing to whack away, and I think Classic is just essentially built into a better army. Plus, having the upgrade lead is pretty huge as well. You know, being able to take a lot of these fights with that upgrade advantage is definitely giving Classic a little bit more of an edge. Stalkers continue to fight. The Immortals will continue to shove. Stalkers blink up. Immortals going to lift up, drop down, jumping all around. And also taking some shots as the Stalkers blink in again. And Immortal continues to do a lot of work currently, so it's just not going to be enough from Trigger. Not down on the upgrades, not with an Immortal mixed in here doing some work, not with some Prism Micro. That's going to come to a close, and Classic will take the opening game of this best of 5. Pretty cool one though, like I say, some back and forth and some moments of definite intrigue there. As we have now, the second map coming up will be on Whispers of Gold. Classic given a class, yeah. Turns out he's pretty good, huh? It was fun to watch him as he ready up. We just need to get a couple more people in here. For some reason I just moved I'm not sure what just happened, but I just moved players around weirdly. Alright, never mind. Ready. Let's head into game 2. Hi, Ellie. No? Oh, you gone? Okay, bye. Bye, Ellie. Good talk. Informative as always. Hey, what's up, True Cat Mysteries? Thank you so much for the 57-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Pump that Patreon, y'all. Hell yeah. Pump the Patreon. Hit up the Indiegogo. Again, we are in full crowdfunding mode right now for our 2025 series. If you want to find out more, exclamation mark 2025 in the chat. Thanks so much for that 57-month resub, mate. Appreciated. As we have in the bottom right corner, the red Protoss player Trigger. Taking on in the top left, our blue Protoss Classic. Similars in the gateway coming about. I'm just going to see the probes coming over. Just going to have ourselves a lot of moments of establishment here as the workers going to cross paths. A couple of gates coming online. And again, straight through in here on Whispers of Gold. Still a lot of cyber cores coming up, the second gateways, so both players are going to kind of match each other for the first few moments. Still just watching kind of probes being chased around, no surprises on that one. So yeah, cyber cores will be about a finished probe coming about. Have ourselves the forward pylon from Trigger. He has been very happy to go robo proxies lately, so that's exactly what he's going to do right now. Pops the robo into the middle of the map, and that will be his starting point, it seems. Robo comes down from Classic as well, though, and he goes in base with the Robo, so he's going to turn this into like a 3-gate Robo. And that's going to make it interesting. I always feel like this is a bit rough for the player proxy in a Robo, just because your Robo is going to be out of position and you're attacking into someone who's also building units and has the potential to build an Immortal defensively as well. So they're going to have a lot of the defense that you would kind of hope that they wouldn't have. Trigger just going to go Prism and a couple of Adepts and maybe just tries to put on some light pressure here, more so than anything else, over these next few moments. Double Stalker stepping through. Still stepping about. Again, we've got the Immortal and the Warp Gate coming up here currently, so a little bit more being established for a moment or two. The couple of Adepts and the Stalker's going to gather around. Four probes going down so far, so again, some good work being found at the moment. To see the 5 workers pretty serious as Trigger at least getting some work done. 3 gateways for him back over here. Warp Gate about to finish. Obviously, both players are starting to move into that Immortal production as well, so starting to get that up and rolling for themselves. As those 2 Adepts still pinging their way through that pylon. The Immortal will fire up, get a few shots off. So, a couple of Stalker kills, but also take some damage onto that Immortal, so it's a little bit weaker now for the future, so there's a little bit of a cost of kind of, you know, going for that commitment. 4, 5 workers going down, make it 6. Just going to see the Adept and a couple Stalkers still pushing back in the other direction as well. So, again, continue to be very serious about that work being done. A couple Stalkers going after the Adepts. Let's just gather up on the high ground. The Prism moves back across. Gateway going to be taking some damage. Going to be seeing the force field coming down again as that Stalker is going to go down too. Another force field coming down. The Sentries, the Immortals coming back across. It's another nice catch. That Stalker goes down as well here. Still getting some shots fired up. Rogue Facility getting the Immortal on the go. Another force field coming about. Immortal on the way. Gateway in the battery coming online. Hub's coming about, Twilight Council coming in. It's going to have ourselves the Prism coming back through. So a lot of, again, back and forth. Obviously still one base each here, which makes it a bit funky. Like I say, one of the big issues for Trigger is he kind of has real estate on the map. And if he loses this position, he loses access to his Robo, which is a pretty big deal, right? So having to defend the 2 positions is just so much more difficult. And it's definitely going to make this a whole lot more of a challenging experience. This Immortal here is just putting in work, obviously. Very tough to get rid of this. Battery is doing some work as well, though. The Stalker's starting to get it low, and I think we might be at a point now where we can actually push this back. Resonating Glaives. Immortal coming over. Present down the right side. Adepts. The Immortal dropping through. Just going to get rid of another Adept. The probe still getting picked away at. It's a lot of damage dealt. I mean, Classic's been here consistently with this Immortal. Now getting a warping of Adepts. Oh my god, that Immortal is super low. I don't think you dare to drop it anymore. It's probably a little bit too low to bring back in. And this is the difference, right? Trigger hasn't had his units at home defending. He's been defending his Robo facility. Whereas when he tries to deal damage, Classic is at home with his army. Trigger comes back around the center. The Prism still moves over for a few moments. Again, Resonating Glaive's coming about. The Immortal's on the way. Hallucination still going to keep on pinging to keep track of things as well, right? You want to make sure you know where those Prism is at. Know where plays are trying to be made ahead of time. The Immortal's just going to get there into the pylon. Let's take that out. A couple of the Adepts loading up, loading back down again. It's just going to move around a little bit. Gonna fire a few more shots. Immortal going to live. Going to keep pulling back. Sentry coming over too. And while we've got ourselves still a continued fight over here with this warp in of Classic. Trigger trying to push up. Obviously, this is still one base versus one base on Whispers of Gold. Classic is up a game in this series. Is he going to maintain that right now? Force Field's coming down. Those two Immortals still putting in work on the other side, taking their time to get through the sentries and so on, but eventually still moving through as far as I can tell. And yeah, Classic is going to get the game win and going to go up to a 2-0 lead then in this matchup. So Classic with a 2-0 advantage. Have we just hit the breaking point where we had a lot of really good games and we're now going to start getting into like a lot of 3-0s? Really, hopefully not. Or maybe we just do a spell of 3-0s before tomorrow's super epic. But yeah, right now Classic obviously leads 2-0 and that's a pretty great position for him to be in at the moment. Third map. Coming through. Solid PvP by Classic. Yep. I do think that was build order advantage for Classic as well, to be fair. But still played it well and correctly, you know. It's just so much more difficult having to defend the robot on the map. Because once Classic starts harassing you, you then have multiple weak points. Whereas Classic still only has his main base to be, you know, considered a weakness, you know. So yeah, it's definitely gets a little bit tough in that scenario. Let's move players around. We'll get set. Ready? All the casters are here. Let's go into game number 3. 2-0 lead here for Classic. As he looks to move into the top 6, would play Hero in that next round of the lower bracket. Right now, Zhao and Max backs up a bracket final. Hero versus Classic or Trigger in the lower bracket quarterfinals. And ByuN versus Clem. ByuN versus Clem will be played today. As also a lower bracket round 2 matchup as we look to send players from top 6 to top 4 of the tournament. That is for later. Right now, we've got ourselves, again, this Classic versus Trigger matchup. As in the top right side, our Blue Protoss player here is Trigger. Like I say, down 0-2. Can he pull it back? As he takes on the Red Protoss. On the bottom left side, we have Classic. Yeah, it's starting to look pretty rough for Trigger, but we'll see if he can maybe turn it around here still. Gonna see the gates and the assimilars coming up. Classic's up 2-0 versus Trigger's obvious toss is Ember. I know, honestly, we've put out so much. We've put out so many examples of how toss is Ember today, and just imbalanced StarCraft is today. It's just truly insane, isn't it? It's coming about. Probe's coming up. Yeah, that's Cybercore coming through from both as well. Well, the depth's going about, the Warp Gate coming through. Stargate will be finishing in a few moments. The Nexus on the way up, so Classic and Trigger both going to expand. Is Trigger going to get a Stargate at all? He's just playing the double gateway, but double sentry suggests probably not, which is obviously wild, so he's going to expand himself, and probably just going to Twilight Council. That means you probably just get an Oracle into a Twilight of your own as Classic, and set up from there. On that Sorga just picking away and trying to chase the Adept out as Classic is. Close to getting an Adept kill, but will not quite grab it. The Oracle could commit for the Adepts if it would like to. Activate. At least one will die, the other seems to have gotten away. Unfortunately for Trigger, the one that gets found is the high HP one. So you lose the high HP one, the low HP one's the one left alive, but obviously that's likely that gets switched done because it's on lower HP. Flying the Forge. Going about, the Nexus coming through, Warp Gate and building, probes on the way. Destination still moving out from the main as well, so just going to come straight over there with that. So yeah, the Oracle is on a bit of a journey as well. Oracle's going to come through again. A couple of probes. The Stalker's going to step up, and they're going to get the Oracle for a moment and push that back. Trigger trying to find a little bit of a defense here, trying to get this tidied up as a hallucination will chase. The Oracle's moving about. And the blink coming on the Twilight Council. Stalkers and the sentries there to help push the Oracle back through the top. So far, so good. We'll drop down the stasis, so again, just going to be putting that straight into play. The Forge and the Nexus coming through, a couple of probes and the Blink coming online. Hallucination still makes its way across, chasing the Oracle around. And again, the +1 and the Blink coming through on the side of Trigger, so all of that coming about, a couple of probes coming online. Hallucination will fade away now as the Oracles continue back down on the right side of the map currently. Stalker's going to hit, Oracles will take damage. The benefit Trigger is going to get here is that faster +1 on the Forge, so he will have an upgrade timing throughout this game if you can keep that going into +2 and so on. There'll be multiple kind of windows in which you can hit with that upgrade lead, and that's always going to be very nice if you can capitalize on that, so... Definitely one of the things to be keeping our eyes on a little. Eyes robot facility just coming through. We get that started. Stalker's going to be there. They're going to push back a little bit as well. One and charge both on the way through. The robot facility building up from Trigger right now, the +2 attack starting, the Observer's on the way. So Stalker's going to get jumped on as well. Cannon getting some good work done. As Classic tries to dive through, he puts himself in a pretty daring position. Needs to finish off that pylon probably to at least get some value out of this, but this was not great. Gives up a lot of units. That said, the Oracles get in for 8 probes, so 8 workers go down. We lose a bunch of Stalkers. We recall some of those out as well. I mean, this is genuinely kind of a... What a weird... Well, you know what it is? This is such a Classic move. I feel like we see Classic do this so much against in the PvP, where it's like, he kind of makes some random dives that seem very committed, and always he has some like great master plan. And it feels like the more you watch of the move, it's like the less of a master plan it seems to be and more of like a, oh, I really just thought I had something and now I've got kind of nothing, you know? So, yeah. A bit of a funky one there as the Oracle will continue to activate. Now see the +2 coming up on both sides. The Immortals coming about. Well, Stalkers from Trigger coming across the other side as he tries to make his way over here. I'm just going to see the Stalker Immortal style at force. Strong enough for Classic right now. Has that little bit of a supply edge at the moment, so has that going in his favor currently. As the Temple Archives about to finish through. The Zealots coming about as well. Another Immortal. And Trigger about to lose his upgrade lead for a moment, and in a moment, and his +3 advantage isn't that huge. Classic gets a nice stasis ward as well. Oracle will go down to the cannon and the Stalkers. It's going to be a nice catch. The rest of this army still continues to come through. Stalkers go chasing. He gets up this ramp. We kind of saw in the first game playing the heavy Stalker count versus the tech units and how it doesn't necessarily work out. I mean, this time I feel like Trigger is introducing some more Zealots and so on as well. Stalkers and the Archon stepping through, the Zealots and the Immortal hanging about. Roadway coming up, +3 attack coming online. Bring all of this through for the moment. Classic's clearly had enough of these Stalkers poking about. He's very ready to fight back a little bit and does so quite happily there. And there's the Immortal Force coming through. He's going to keep on chasing, continue to push across. The Roadway going to finish shortly from Trigger. This +3 comes across on both sides as well. One more Stalkers finishing up. Trigger still just holding down that Stalker button. He added on a couple of Zealots. He does have 2 Immortals back at home too, so he is still heavily out-teched in that regard, but it's not like he's only building Stalkers. There has been some investment elsewhere. It's just still primarily Stalkers is where we sit at the moment, so sitting on that right now is fire a few more shots, a couple more Stalkers take a little bit more damage. Back around to the middle of the map here, the armor upgrade, Immortal. And all of these just little bits and pieces continuing through for now as the extra Stalker is warping again. We're going to blink up to this high ground. Pylon going to go down. Trigger going to end up supply block. The Disruptor shot comes through as well. And this is an army which I just think Classics is much better in. I mean, again, we talked about the kind of tech count a lot. We do have Disruptors. And hey, that first Disruptor shot was pretty nice. Classic's also having the issue of his Archons are not really able to join the fight so far. They're getting hard stuck behind his opponent, and he's put a lot of damage on the Nexus. And now this Disruptor shot's going to kill another Immortal as well. And Classic, I do not think, has actually executed this attack as well as he could have done. I think that was a very desperation kind of push in from Classic with no finesse to it at all. Just pure go, go, go. And unfortunately, when you just go, go, go like that, the fight can turn very badly, especially against Disruptors. You never want to be just full sending against Disruptors. That's basically inviting the game to a close, right? Resource loss so much worse for Classic here at the moment. Yeah, just really pressed the button that said, I will not stop. And like I say, definitely a mistake. Classic taking heavy hits and will be falling behind now. The armor upgrade still coming through. Centering a couple Stalkers coming about. Probes are coming up as well. Just currently. 2 more Stalkers still moving in. Stalker's going to fight away. Got the Disruptor's going to be there. +1 shields coming up as we are going to see Classic trying to fight from the low ground again. So he's rebuilding. Coming through once more. A couple of Immortals already mixed in once again. As the Trigger Force did not really capitalize so much on the previous fight, but I guess it's again a little bit of a fear of bringing your Disruptors across the map. They are not the best units for kind of fighting into your opponent a lot of the time, so... Well, 6 more Stalkers coming about. Another Disruptor trying to fly in. Does not land just yet. As Al's still trying to push on through, aiming for that pylon. The Stalker's holding up the front very nicely. Six more Zealots building up. Just going to have that shield upgrade finishing as well. So again, we continue through with this. Stalkers going to go and hit the Nexus a little bit. Disruptors continue to come about. A couple more Stalkers go down. The Nexus falls on the 6 o'clock. Now these Zealots unload into the main base. We go after the cannon. And a few more Zealots going to get warping in as well. So this is going to be Classic starting to at least try and pull Trigger around a little bit. Definitely putting him into a nice little position here and there with some of the damage being done. Disruptor coming up on that robot facility. Disruptor shot here flies a little short, unfortunately, too. Classic's just not getting enough done, I think, in the end, unfortunately. I mean, you can see here, trying to push around with his arm, but then there's just so much from Trigger still there. The harassment in the main has kind of simmered down. And with that kind of coming to a close, it does feel as though Trigger continues to solidify his position here in this game 3, fighting back in this series, getting back on track. So was going to get a little grab again. Shields and charge continue to come up. Disruptor and the cannons building as well. Still that Stargate coming through from Classic, and Phoenix and the +2 armor coming along with it all. Units of Trigger just heading down the south. Obviously we do have ourselves the force there, the few Stalkers just pinging away at the Nexus, so a little bit more damage dealt again. Gonna start getting onto the Nexus, so this main army of Trigger finally getting across the other side. Classic has the Phoenix. Why? As an answer to the Disruptors. Well, he had some Phoenix, he still has 3, but you can see that Stalker count's obviously very good at denying them as they try to fly in, they do nothing. Disruptor shots will get to shoot, and now you have to deal with the Disruptors the old-fashioned way anyway. This Classic, and another Disruptor shot, gonna hit a good few Zealots, and that's the issue. That will continue to come about nicely as the Stalkers pull away. More Stalkers coming over. And the Immortal coming about. The Nexus and the Gateway coming through. Cannon and a battery online as well. Stalkers will finish that Nexus off. Still got Zealots and Archons coming through. Stalkers and Immortals setting up as well. Couple Phoenix and the Immortal coming about. +2 armor upgrade building. Disruptor shot will fly, but not land anywhere significant just for now. So our pros have to transfer bases. Classic still trying to play the defense. Is there a world where Classic just get... I mean, he's going to get maxed out if Trigger doesn't end this soon. Is there a world where a maxed out Classic can actually do well here? I mean, if he can deny the Disruptor shots and they don't do much, then yeah, because you're nullifying the attack of your opponent's army very nicely. So yeah, that would be a pretty big possibility. That would be a pretty huge positive to you. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say there are options there. Nick's still chilling, the Immortals and the Stalkers pressing up. Another Disruptor shot flying out already, and we are going to just go. Classic is not going to stop as he wants to pressure this army. Well, Disruptors are not able to fire just yet. That said, Classic is just losing units as he kind of comes across the map as well. Stalkers come back the other way. A couple of those Immortals getting jumped on. And this is where the Stalkers of Trigger and his numbers in this game are definitely going to shine, as he just gets rid of all of these tech units a couple at a time. And Classic will say GG, as Trigger is going to fight his way back into this best of 5. We are not just going to see this flop down into 3-0. We are going to see a little bit of a fight back, like I say. Get back on track. Getting this hosted up, guys. Final map, Amygdala. Sorry, fourth map, Frostline. I'm looking at the final map for some reason. Getting ahead of myself. Hoping it's the final map. How about that? Alright, alright. Again, good to see you all. Thanks for joining us. Some Wardy Ellies in the YouTube stream. I guess that's the fun part of seeing the I've seen some of the gifted memberships lately, and the other memberships being used. It's been used a lot recently, which is awesome. You get to spam the Wardy Ellies on the YouTube chat as well now. Hell yeah. Love it. Slowly will be so pleased. Players are ready. Let's go straight into game number 4 of this best of 5, guys. Let's kick this off. And let's go. Yay, more PvP. Yeah, I'm not really feeling the PvP today either, if I'm going to be honest. But that's okay. We got ByuN versus Clem after this, and that's a TVP because Clem will be playing Protoss against the Terran, of course. So looking forward to that. That'll be our last series of the day. Again, tomorrow we'll be going into Hero versus the winner of this series, the winner of that versus the winner of ByuN Clem. Sound Max Packs, lower finals, brand finals. That's what's coming up tomorrow. As we have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player. This is Trigger. He takes a map. He bounces back a little bit. Classic then still a map away from moving into the top 6 here of the Spring Championship. Reverse sweep time. Hey, I'm down. I'm okay with having some more games a day. You know what? It's really weird because it's like we're 6 hours into the stream. No, we're actually only 3. Well, we went live 4 hours ago, but like it feels like we're 6 hours in because I've literally been sat here because I was waiting to start for so long, waiting for the GSL qualifiers to end, you know. So yeah. Well, I was seeing Trigger showing that he can kind of have a bit of a bounce back and actually take the control of the game himself a little bit. That's good to see. Gets East Chia once more, so going back, but one of the probes is on the map here from Trigger, and he's going to be proxying up the Robo facility. Oh, going back to the proxy Robo versus the in-base Robo. Man, that's so funny. Both times then that Trigger's trying to proxy a Robo, Classic is going to get an in-base Robo at the same time, and this will reset back to what I was saying before, is that I think that this is going to be naturally an advantage to Classic, because it's more real estate on the map and more positions on the map to defend as Trigger. And eventually, once the Prism starts popping out, you know, you're going to have access to the defensive units initially that you need. And then once the Prism starts popping out and harassing, you're going to have more space to cover, and your opponent's going to have much less. So it's much more easy for Classic to find damage. The little Stalkers still moving around. Again, Adept Stalkers all coming up. The Warp Gate coming through. Sundry building, the Stalker's just chilling, a couple Stalkers are Trigger looking to try and step up as well in the next few moments. Pushing those units back. Actually, Classic getting a lot of good hits initially, which is really good for him. Going to give him a little bit of an edge in the initial gateway war that we're potentially setting up into right now. Forcefield's good. I'm going to be able to keep the Immortal at bay, buy you some time. The Adepts of Classic are across the map, and they're trying to poke about some success as well. We do have the battery there, as that Adept shares back the other direction. Immortal on the way from Classic as the defense preps. And like I say, it's this is where it starts already looking pretty good for Classic, as the Prism shows up from Trigger, yes. Classic is getting closer and closer to making that a factor, as these Adepts are genuinely making work happen. If you warp in back at home, that means less units over here as well, so that's obviously going to be a pretty sizable benefit too. As we do have our units continue to gather around. Immortal will take a few more shots just for a moment. Well, Adepts get in here now because Classic actually sent his Prism across. We're going to start getting some kills. We'll start seeing some success with this currently. Knock down that pylon. Robo Facility gets depowered for a few moments, and with that depowered, we have, like I say, Trigger. This is the issue: is that if you don't defend that Robo and then you get that depowered, now you don't have a Robo. So you're just playing what, 3 gates versus 2 gate Robo. Like, that's way better for Classic. He's gonna have the tech in this game, and obviously this comes after Classic has already, held off, done some damage himself. Classic actually gonna just go on the offensive now because he's gonna have a Prism and reinforcements coming to really take advantage of. Stalker Adept stepping across. A few Adepts going to shade forward as well. Hey, what's up, Lanshan? Thank you so much for the 38-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. As we do take this trade, Trigger is very low on his Prism. Obviously can't replace any of these units, and one of the Immortals went down too. Battery helping you out. Obviously the Prism Micro should help. Classic on the other side, gets rid of one of the gateways, so already making some progress, and actually saw him just fully up here. Trigger does not have enough to hold on. Classic will survive and advance, and he will move on to play against Hero tomorrow. So Classic moves through to play against Hero, and that will be the opening matchup tomorrow in the WardiTV Spring Championship. So that is going to be that one set up. Classic in the top 6, now determined. Up next, guys, we are going to have ByuN versus Clem, a little bit of TVP to round out of the day, as Clem will be playing Protoss against ByuN in the next few moments. We'll get that set up just before we go to that. A couple of messages. Oh, excuse me. Let me stretch out. First of all, if you're enjoying this stream today, if you're on the YouTube channel, do consider liking and subscribing. I've actually not done that just yet. I haven't mentioned that at all just yet. Let's see how well you guys are doing at liking and subscribing without me reminding you all. Let's have a little peek. Well, 90 likes. Okay, you guys are doing pretty good at liking anyway, so good job, YouTube. You didn't even need me to tell you. Let's get that up to 100. So that's on the YouTube. Obviously, follow on the Twitch. Just the usual stuff, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting. If you've got a Prime sub available, it goes a long way towards us being able to run extra events, casting, and all the rest of it. Obviously, we have got the WardiTV 2025 series crowdfunder currently ongoing. We are just shy of the 50% marker on our initial funding goal. Again, we are already fully guaranteeing $25,000 of events in the WardiTV 2025 series this year, not including the Spring Championship, this one, which is part of that, but not already going on. That's going to be $25,000 of tournaments in the form of the Summer Championship, the Fall Frenzy, Korean Royale Season 4, and the European League 2025. So you guys can come and enjoy all of that in the coming months, and the WardiTV 2025 Championship. So if you want to check that out, I'm going to be putting the links in the Twitch and the YouTube chats to the Indiegogo page. And the main thing, again, is that we are focusing on making these events great for the players, which means that 100% of your pledges, 100% of any donations and support goes directly into prize pools. I will even personally make up any difference that comes out from transaction fees from the platform. So if you pledge $100, $100 will end up in the pocket of a StarCraft 2 player. That is the pledge that we make, if you guys want to pledge to us. So check that out on the Indiegogo. Obviously, we're going to be pushing this pretty hard for the next month and a half. Again, the whole idea is if we can get a good bit of extra funding going ahead of time, it really helps us out with how big we can make the tournaments, how we can push the prize pools, make them that little bit better, right? So, like I say, it's all about increasing that prize money, help us to put a little bit more ambition into these tournaments. So do check out the 2025 series, exclamation mark 2025 in the Twitch chat, and just put the link in the YouTube chat as well if you'd like it. And yeah, check out the Indiegogo page. Alrighty. I'm just going to run a round of ads, and then we're going to be hopping on over to NA to play ByuN versus Clem. So we'll get this hosted up. Again, for complete transparency, ByuN Clem was played about... ByuN Clem started playing when Classic and Trigger started playing. So we have got the first game replay here, and we'll be inviting through to that in a few moments. That's what we are doing. Is it cheaper for you if you donate in GBP other than our own currency that the payment provider allows? Well, on the Indiegogo or just in general? It probably doesn't matter because usually it comes through as the same thing anyway. On Indiegogo, it probably doesn't matter because, well, it'll probably just try and make you. It'll always come into the Indiegogo as GBP. It won't let you. Probably, like, you can pay in dollars, but it'll do the transfer itself anyway, you know. I don't actually think it's that complicated. I think it's just always going to be, like, if it's, like, 5 GBP is what you pick on as, like, the amount of support, it will cost you, say, like, $7. So it will just come out as $7, but it'll end up in GBP. You can't donate $7. It would still come through as the equivalent in pounds, if that makes sense. Like I said, I don't think it should be that complicated. I think I was just overcomplicating things. Yo, thank you so much, Klaus Twitch, for the 4-month resub on the Prime. And JC Mini Painting, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Super appreciate the support, guys. Thank you so very much. Do do do, boom boom boom, do do do, boom boom boom. Do you think conversion fees? Yeah, I mean, there probably will be. But I mean, there has to be a conversion at some point anyway. You know what I mean? Like, because Indiegogo will only send me pounds. They will only send it to my bank account currency. They will only send me the currency that's in my bank account, so it will have to transfer at some point anyway, is basically what I'm saying. You'll pledge if it's someone other than Clem, Max, and Hero. Well, yeah, the beauty of the one of the things that we have on the I mean, the entire 2025 series is going to be open qualifiers. It's going to be some different formats and events. One of our goals that we're pretty much at already with $5,000 being pledged is that we're also going to be running events for players that are not in the main events. So, for example, like anyone that didn't play in the Spring Championship will get invited to a little tournament, and the winner of that can actually play in the Summer Championship. So it's like a special qualifier, help rotate some new players in, or different players that didn't make it to the last big event and so on, you know. All that kind of stuff. So, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian. Joshua, I appreciate it, mate. Yo, Bono Sia, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Yeah, I don't know what to really go with that one. I'm going to translate it. It is my Prime. All the best to you and keep up the good work. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I was going to say, Twitch just popped up with a hype train message. I'm like, really? What's about to happen? And it's going to be Nacked Cap coming in with the Prime sub as well. Okay, guys, this is it. The hype train is on the station, ready to leave potentially. I mean, if you guys want to see an epic hype train, now is your moment. Tell you what else it's a moment for. It's a moment to get into ByuN versus Clem. Let's get into our final series today, guys. Like I say, it's a bit funky because, like I say, we've not really been live that long today, but I feel exhausted because I was obviously waiting around and unsure when we were going to start. I was literally spamming refresh on Liquipedia trying to get a rough guesstimate of when matches might be done on GSL, when we might be able to get into our matches here. So, yeah. here we are. As we get into ByuN versus Clem, best of 5 in the top right-hand corner. It is going to be our blue Terran player, ByuN. Wow, Harstum with the 112-month resub, all aboard this hype train to Pound Town. Guys, if you, I mean, this is the moment. Harstum has just become the hype train conductor. If you've ever heard of a hype train of legendary status, this is probably the one, because Harstum just started it off. So you know, the legend himself coming in, hype training us off. Let's get into this game though. ByuN in the top right is our blue Terran player. In the bottom left, our red Protoss from Team Liquid is Clem, as we get this all started underway. And we look to figure out what our plan will be. A little bit of TVP then, as you see initial probe just coming across the map here from Clem initially. He's just going to bring this straight over the other side. Thank you so much. Scorpion SC3 coming in with the 5 gifted subs as well. As we hit them out to Acaroni, Spooky the Sloth, Stein Siru, Exil VX, and Roger. Hope I did an accurate enough representation of that final one. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Wow, guys. A level 2 hype train. Legendary status, like I said. I appreciate it. I have just spent the last 10 minutes selling out already, though. So, back to actual StarCraft. Let's talk games. Let's talk ByuN Clem. Clem's Protoss continues to look very good. ByuN has really continued to struggle against this, against Clem as an opponent since he started playing Protoss, and it's definitely been a very consistent matchup from Clem. I'd say, again, ByuN would typically be able to take a map. In a best of 5, I'd be surprised if ByuN did not take a map. But I think you've got to say that's Clem favored based on the history that these two have with each other playing this matchup over the past 6 months or so. 5 months or so even. It's not even been that long. They've still played quite a lot because obviously they're both online grinders meeting in a lot of WardiTV tournaments and other online cups and so on as well. So just going to be hitting that CC for a couple of moments. And we will have ourselves the little bit of a delay here from Clem as he comes in early with just a couple of units. He built his gateway on the low ground. Nope, he didn't. That was just a complete and utter lie. For some reason, I really thought he built his gateway on the low ground. I just saw it down and was like, oh, is that why this is showing up so fast? No, he literally just built a Zealot and 2 Adepts, and he's going to come up and trade it out a little bit. So he's going to put some work in right away here as we have a couple of Marines still going in after the Adepts. Adepts just about getting away on low HP, and they will stay alive, which is a big deal. Those couple of Marines trying to pull on out of there as well as... Yo, thank you so much, John, on the $5 on the YouTube saying, YouTube hype train! Yeah, why should Twitch have all the fun? Where's the big old YouTube sellout button, you know? Thank you so much for the super chats, guys. It's actually crazy the amount of support we've had on the YouTube channel the last couple of days. It really feels like the community's kicking off over there lately, so thank you so much. Super appreciate it as we have ourselves a blink coming through. Extra gateways coming up from Clem. We still have ourselves these Adepts going to get in. They're going to intercept and kill off that Hellion. As the blink will be coming through. It's about halfway done currently, so blink halfway. And we'll see where we go with it as 2 more gates come online. That is going to take us up to 4 gates. So Clem going to go quite aggressive with the blink. A little bit more aggressive than you'd usually expect, because obviously, typically I'd say it's fair to say like 3 gates is really the meta and the commonplace build right now. I would say 4-gate Blinkstalk has actually fallen out of favor in a big way, so it seems like a factor there as well as the medevac flies in overhead. Just going to be doing some healing, a few Marines unloading. Tank with some other Marines gathering up as we'll do a little bit of healing also there, so a little bit more on that one. And the tank just going to reposition. Liberator still producing. Here's our Stalker army of Clem continuing to step up for the moment, and is going to get ready to start applying pressure. Obviously, Blink not done yet, but will be done soon. He uses the Prism to evacuate that first Stalker away from the second tank shot that was about to land. As yo, Nerleton, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the biddies. As our Stalkers are going to go and step up here again. They're going to blink for that tank. That goes down instantly. ByuN has a lot of Marines in the main. The next tank is in the main base as well. He's not relocating that. SCV's going down. Clem with the micro here so far, allowing him a very good trade. He's lost only the 2 Adepts and a Zealot. He's yet to lose a Stalker. Still yet to lose a Stalker, quite frankly, as we continue to trade out. We continue to fight. And a few probes went down on the other side. There's a little bit of harassment. The Liberator showing up. Like I say, over on this side, not losing a Stalker is a little bit of a statement. Blinks into the main base, gets a tech lab. Finally, our first Stalker goes down to this tank that never relocated initially. And ByuN's just going to say GG. That was too good of a trade from Clem. And ByuN's going to admit that bouncing back from that one is unlikely to really be happening. And there you go. So, GG's, and we are going to have ourselves a 1-0 lead for Clem. Nice and quickly at the start of this matchup. Heading into game 2 on Amygdala in just a couple of moments. Well, does level 2 Hype Train get us to Pound Town? Yeah, basically, right? Pretty much. From what I've heard, more or less, yeah. Yeah, okay, maybe not quite. As we get ourselves ready for Amygdala. Fast game, guys. We don't have to run ads for once, so that's nice. I feel like we've been kind of behind on ads all day today because it's been a little bit unsure when we were starting, so I didn't get the stream live in time. It was a whole thing. Anyways, we will take a second. Yo, Gauntlet Wizard, thank you so much for another $5 on YouTube. Why is I don't know why my YouTube is not pinging on the stream. It should be. Or unless I'm just deaf and I didn't hear it. But thank you so much for the $5 on the super chat, Gauntlet Wizard. Like I say, I appreciate all the support on the YouTube, guys. Really cool to see the YouTube being used as a real way of supporting the content. Super awesome. Like, I mean, it really feels like the investment into streaming on YouTube every day is really paying off lately. Thank you so much. Is that Ellie on the thank you for funding page on the Indiegogo? I have no idea what you're on about, so probably not. It's probably just a random golden retriever. I actually don't know what the thank you page is, unless it copied my thank you page from last time. I don't even know if I can do that. I don't even know how to check that myself. It's a random doggo? Yeah, probably. I'm surprised it doesn't let you have a thank you page, though. You know what I mean? Or like a custom thank you page. Wild. Alright, players are here. Let's do it. Let's get into game number 2. ByuN will be looking to bounce back. Would be cool. Yeah, we could just put like cute Ellie pictures on. We could have a rotation, so if you support multiple times, you can see all the different Ellie pictures as well. Not that it really makes sense to contribute multiple times, but you know. Thank you for supporting Captain Hair as well. I appreciate it. Top right side, blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss is Clem. Drop a gateway into the main. Just gonna get that set up to begin with. Let's just have ourselves Amygdala here setting up for the moment. Getting the assimilator coming through, getting set up. The barracks and the gate coming through. I'm just going to be having ourselves the SCV and the probe coming out and about as well. So a little bit of setting up, a little bit of establishing. Similar drops in, Cybercore finishing up. Let's see, building. And Marine just continuing to bound here. We'll just be scouting as ByuN looks for some info in these early stages. You thought Clem was the Terran the entire first match and the colors were messed up? No. No, Clem plays Protoss versus Terran. He has done so ever since Home Story Cup back in December. He has not played a TVT in literal months. This is genuinely how he plays versus Terrans. But easily, I do it as well. Sometimes I'm like, I know I'm in a Clem game and my brain just slips a moment. I'm like, yep, he has Clem's Marine because Clem's a Terran player, you know. It is fascinating when you cast a lot and you kind of realize a lot of the blanks that your brain fills in a lot of the time, and a lot of the hand holding it does to kind of like I guess just habitual things that you kind of lean back onto, and then sometimes when those little things change, it's like, oh no, that's incorrect, and it's like, oh, my bad, my brain just went on autopilot, you know. My brain is literally hardwired to cast, apparently. The Marine's going to move up. Twilight Council about to finish up here from Clem. The Warp Gate, the Stalker, Probe, all continue to produce through too. Let's just see that hallucination continue to scout. Trying to get toward the main base. Going to get turned around by a couple of Marines currently. I'm just going to push that back the other direction. Again, the barracks number 3 coming in from ByuN. So he's going to play the 3 racks. ByuN not having a great time against Protoss, obviously losing out to Zaun in a pretty hefty fashion as well, like 3-0. And in a lot of those games, it really felt like he was pretty lost as well. Like, it felt like he was constantly pinned back, unable to really make much of a stand for himself. And unable to really, I mean, even against Trigger as well, he had a tough time. I feel like a lot of the games he was looking good in, he struggled as well. I mean, it's kind of been a wild day for ByuN in PvT. It's been a tough one. And ByuN got to be fairly happy though. Obviously GSL went well for him, so yeah, let's see if he can pull it back here against Clem as we head into this game number 2. Back in the engineering bay, continue to come up. The bunker coming online as well currently, so we bring that straight into play. Stimpack on the way, Forge in the Robo facility on the way out, and the Stalkers of Clem begin to move out over towards the upper right hand side. And we will have ourselves the Nexus Robo and Forge continuing through. Stalkers gathering. Stalkers looking to pressure at the front. I mean, Blink's about to finish this where Clem gets into his element and gets to his kind of best stage of the game. So we'll see how well he can handle things as the couple extra gates coming through. Obviously, not as aggressive this time around, not arriving with 4 gates of Blink Stalkers in the Prism as soon as Blink completes. So a little bit more passive from Clem. As ByuN obviously is about to have Stim and on his way to the Medivacs too, so he can really start pushing about with a very strong and large bio army in the near future. See those additional gateways come through. The +1 on the combat shield very much so still building. Concussive shells on the way out. Starport going to flip on over to the reactor. Again, that concussive shells +1 combat shield. A little bit of everything continuing in for the moment, so got a lot more built on up. The +1 on the charge coming online. The observer coming across to the upper right from Clem. Just going to see the Stalkers gathering for the moment. And the Prism's about halfway there. The Robo Bay coming online, so Clem showing us a pretty standard follow-up here, right? He goes into those Colossus off the back of the Blink Stalkers. That really is what Clem does a lot in this matchup. He is a big fan of getting onto that position of the game where you can kind of start pushing with those Colossus. He has been very good at spotting observers today, by the way. He had some pretty ridiculous scans against Zaun. That's another one right there where the observer was just not really moving. He just finds it, scans it, gets rid of it. Very on point from ByuN, and that's obviously very good to see because that's the kind of play which obviously makes life a lot more difficult for the Protoss. Observers are not cheap; they're expensive to replace. You do have to keep on replacing. It does just become a little bit difficult for sure. This is going to be seeing our Bioforce getting down to the bottom. Nexus Gonna take some shots. The Stalkers and the Zealots setting up here. Guardian Shield is going to be coming through. And we will see a little bit of a dive onto this Bioforce. Is this enough? I mean, I always feel like Clem is playing with the bare minimum of units to just survive. But now he loses the sentry. Fourth base has to cancel. There's a couple Zealots across the map. Nothing too major as ByuN. He'll probably look to try and get through for a little bit more damage here still, as he continues to step forwards in these early stages. The pylon is going to get jumped on. A couple of probes are going to drop. The assimilator taking damage as well. There's a couple of those Zealots going down, turning back around. Stalkers in trouble also. Medevac's load up. We're going to see one of those going down immediately. The next Medevac unloading in toward the main base. As the extra Stalkers come through, another Zealot coming about. A couple of Zealots, in fact, on the way in right now. Nice little bit of jumping around from ByuN, making the most of this. Can he get rid of some of those Stalkers that are low? Yes, he can. Decent job then on target firing, but man, he lost a lot overall. Resource loss is fairly even, but that was kind of the entirety of the Bio army. Meanwhile, you've got 21 Zealots here as Clem. Like, okay, that's a lot of Zealots, but it's only Zealots. All of his gas is going to stay alive, so all the Stalker count gets to remain in the game. These are things which are really going to make life easier, because Zealots are very replenishable. You know, Stalkers and gas units much less so. And right now, ByuN is just down a little bit as Clem's going to show up onto this base. There's not a lot of units here. There's a few Zealots chasing Marines around the main. I don't think ByuN is winning in either location currently. Got the warp in on the low ground. And we'll try and set up with that as we have. From Marauders going down again. A few Stalkers and the Zealots still giving chase. Just going to jump onto the bunker. Going to take that out. A couple of the Widow Mines burrowing up further forward too. The rest of the Bio coming about as well. Clem just has too much. That Colossus in the background is going to be a major addition that will help a lot in terms of trying to keep this cleaned up and keep this push back. GG gets called, and that is going to be Clem taking the 2-0 lead. Convincing in the best of 5 for the moment. Alright guys, we are going to go into our game 3, which will be on ley lines. Perfect. So into ley lines for this next map. Get this underway and see if ByuN can actually win a game, because right now it's not been looking super pretty for him, so let's see if he can bring this back a little bit. As another fast game. We are still actually kind of clear on the ads for once, guys, so enjoy some ad-free viewing. All of that ad spamming earlier has finally paid off. We can go without any further as got the casters here, so we are officially good to go. Into ley lines then, as we have ourselves in the bottom left hand side. The blue Terran player here is ByuN, taking on the red Protoss in the top right, Clem, who's got that 2-0 advantage. Just able to do a lot with the early game units and putting himself into some just very solid positions. And ByuN not really able to trade well enough or do enough with his openings. Like these 3 racks are not doing anything. I feel like the entire opening of ByuN is just kind of flopping and not really, like I say, getting much achieved at all. A little bit rough as we continue buying and see where we can get to. Well, suddenly goes down. We get that set up. And we just have ourselves a probe coming across the map here from Clem. Meanwhile, the SCV is going to show up, and that's taking a route to engineering bay block, it looks like. So ByuN will take himself the opportunity to try and block this natural location, force Clem out of position with his initial expansion. Again, this lower bracket round 2, guys. Clem got knocked down here after being 2-0 up against Hero yesterday. Lost out in the end. Again, the loser of this is out in the top 6. The winner moves on through to the top 4. The WardiTV Spring Championship 2025. SCV pulling back down to the bottom left side again. The Orbital and Marine continue to come around for the moment. Back to building, Command Center again online. Just going to see our second racks in the main base. We're going to go for that multi-racks opener once again here. Three racks it is, once more, like I say. Definitely seems to be the go-to plan from ByuN a lot today in this TVP, so... My issue is I just don't feel like it's doing much for him, and then you're giving up so much of the potential pressure that you have otherwise, right? Because you're not factory opening, you're not dropping Widow Mines, you're not having a medevac on the map or anything. Like, these are a lot of problems that kind of come out for you very quickly. Got that third rack's finished up here. And obviously ByuN just going to take a moment before landing the CC to the low ground. The Adept Clem still trying to check a little bit of what's going on. Marines get there, and Adept will go down immediately. So it's going to be a nice little grab. Marines, the Stimpak coming through. Warp Gate on the way. Blink coming about. And Gateway in the Robo Facility still very much so coming up. As the Marines are going to go chasing the Adept. And again, the Adept will continue to shade around for a couple of moments. Blink halfway done. Marines are going to get there. The Adept goes down also. Still got Stimpak Combat Shield going through as well. Marine Marauder building up. SCVs on the way. And Stim and Combat Shield coming through. We got ourselves a ByuN army stepping forward on the maps. There's Bioforce. The Battery upgraded this time, really coming forward, and he gets a Stalker straight away, as I think Clem's a little bit unaware of, like, oh my god, you're actually going to, like, move out? Much earlier move out from ByuN. Beforehand, he's been much more passive staying at home. Stim is 8 seconds away, so once that kicks in, we will be able to go, and hit this mineral line. Stalker's going to fight back. We are going to turn. We're going to Stim. And we've already used the Blink now, and this obviously this mineral line is just exposed. So that's not looking too hot. I'm going to see a couple more Stalkers still being chased down. So many Stalkers just dropping down here. Damage being done. As 6 workers fall under the Stalker getting chased. A few more probes. They're going to come back through as well. 13 workers killed so far still. Now 20, 22. And these last few Marines will target down a couple more probes. 24 workers have died. And ByuN finally just comes across the map with the 3-axe. This time actually utilizes what the 3-axe is typically known for. And gets 24 probe kills early. And ByuN will fight back a little. He is not dead yet in this series. That one is definitely a move that is going to give us a little bit of confidence that ByuN has some fight back potential for sure. Starport finishing. Marine Marauder coming up. +1 attack coming through. A charge is building here from Clem, so that comes in on the Twilight. little bit of Bio comes through. Just going to knock down the Observer. Still going to be seeing the other Stalkers trying to come through once again. We have ourselves the +1 and the Concussor Shells coming about. Stalker's still gathering. Stalker takes a few more volleys as we just have this Bioforce able to keep the Stalkers away. So Clem not really getting anything with the map control now. Charge about to finish for him, but again, has to rebuild the workers, and all that time spent rebuilding workers is minerals invested and minerals not mining. That could have been a whole lot more gateways. It could have been a whole lot more of a bunch of things, really. But now it doesn't really come to fruition as the Bio steps up. Couple Stalkers going down. Zealots warping here as we have ourselves the Bioforce still gathering. Going back up together, a few more Zealots getting built. Bio Army will go straight after the rocks, and the rocks already going to be knocked down here. The Zealots still gathering up, Sentry 2. The Zealots still warping in as the Bio Army is going to go, and well, continue to make some plays. Immortal pops out, still going to chase through. The Zealots are going to charge, Stalkers as well. Clem's starting to make a bit of a defense here, starting to get a hold. Again, the Immortal able to hit from the back. The Stalker's getting a lot of shots off too. The Zealot's doing a good job of just buffering in the front as well, definitely making a big helping hand on this. That Bio Army really does try and keep moving forward here. Zealot gets picked off, the Stalkers get chased and turned away once again. Zealot gets hunted down. A couple of Zealots going to fall, a couple of Stalkers getting hit too. A few more shots coming in, and again, it's just back and forth. ByuN still has a worker lead. He still has an army lead. He still has an upgrade lead. Even when +1 finishes here from Clem, the armor is on the way from ByuN. So ByuN's still ahead in a lot of ways. It's just actually putting the finishing blow on kind of attacking across the map into Clem is not easy. It's one of the ways in which Clem's PvTs always impressed me. That ability to kind of stay alive and to stay fighting at all points. So Zealot's going to pull. The SCVs are going to pull away. Do we have enough over here to defend them? That's going to be our question, or has Clem sent a few too many Zealots across the map? The Widowmines there are going to do great if, you know, we walk into them. Now there's a Colossus also. I've got to say, that looks a lot scarier than you maybe would have liked it to. There's a couple of those shots continuing about here. We just have ourselves the Bio going to be forced to step back. Gets rid of the Zealots, but as the Zealots are gone, we still have the Colossus and the Immortal. Scary enough to keep ByuN from kind of committing through. ByuN, obviously, so many of his reinforcements are dealing with Zealots across the map. So they've not been able to really come into play to help either, which is obviously not ideal. Just to attack, Extended Thermal Lance coming about, a couple of Zealots over the right side. So that's just going to be charging into that mineral line. Bio in the upper left, going to be setting up as well. Still got ourselves the 2-2. The couple more 2-2 on the way, a couple Marauders and Marines. Ghost Academy building, and ByuN also getting the Vikings ready to deal with the Colossus in the near future. So obviously that is a couple of Colossus that are already out here. ByuN's army is still sizable, about a 30 army supply advantage at this point. So sizable for the moment. Can he do enough with it to keep pushing this Protoss army away? Clem is trying to chase ByuN down a little bit. And there's so much damage taken. Clem trying to hang on in there and pull this game back some way, somehow, from a point of typically no return for a Protoss. 20 workers to the 3 Rex. It wasn't just workers, he lost some Stalkers too. Like, there was no immediate counterattack to offset some of that damage taken. Zealot and Sentry warp in. Going to collect together with everything else here from Clem. Bion on the bottom. Medevac's coming about. So we'll charge up. Marine gets killed. Still got a couple of Vikings and the Ghosts being added on for the moment as the army heads down to the bottom left. Cells charge straight forward. The first Marauder goes down with instant effect. And one of the Medevacs already getting nibbled at too. A couple of Vikings are going to go and push themselves straight onto the Colossus. 2 Colossus going down very quickly. EMP's obviously getting rid of those shields instantly. Speeds up this entire process. And now we're going to chase. If the Colossus go down, you've got no splash damage as Clem. With no splash damage, we are going to see GG's. And this is going to go to a game 4 of this best of 5. As ByuN fights back. Let's go, ByuN. Fighting back. So happy. Not a 3-0. I really thought it was going to be a 3-0 as well. I appreciate, because obviously for the players, it's been such a super long day from the Koreans, especially. They've been playing the GSL qualifiers and everything, so it must feel rough. You come in off of probably 9-10 hours straight of StarCraft 2 at this point, and you're playing against Clem. And it's just like, my god, of all the people to play against who's going to be feeling fresh when you've been playing for however long, I would not be picking Clem, you know? I feel like the odds are already stacked against you in that scenario, never mind stacking them even further, so like I say, just unfortunate, a little bit unlucky with the way that's turned out with the scheduling. Again, we can't do anything about GSL qualifiers and timing and stuff. We just have to kind of handle it, and like I say, we just had to delay things a little bit today, and it's just unlucky that the GSL qualifier format went on so long too, so that's okay. They will be covering some of those GSL qualifier matches in the coming days on the stream, so you can watch that throughout the next week. We'll have the streams up. Probably Wednesday and Thursday. Alright, another 30 seconds or so, guys. We'll kick off into this one. In fact, let's just get this one started. I'm going to go into Sandworm for game 4. My brain's not there today, guys. Honestly, this is gonna sound crazy, but the 2 to 3 hour wait at the start and just not really knowing when we were gonna actually begin and stuff has been clearly a bit of a drain on my brain today. So yeah, apologies for I'm just being a little bit slow and sort of explaining things sometimes. My train of thought's definitely lost a couple of times. In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN, as we take on the red Protoss. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have ourselves Clem. Game 4 coming in here on Sandworm. Have ourselves the racks and a couple of refineries coming up and online, so no surprises there. ByuN is going to go for the double gas. Maybe a bit of aggression to set him off here on Sandworm. Let's see if he's chasing. Probe gets turned around. Again, that barracks is going to be rolling here. In a second, Reaper starts, Orbital starts. Get that underway. This probe still continuing back and forth for a few moments. Nexus building, the Cyber Core setting up. Have ourselves the pylon as an addition. Okay guys, just to reiterate, so GSL qualifiers do not get streamed by GSL. Apparently Crank did stream some of them as the replays became available. I'm sure a lot of people will be streaming them across the course of this week, so I'm sure you can find them on a bunch of people's channels. I will probably do a stream of them on Wednesday and Thursday. Probably spoiler free, and I'm pretty sure the replay pack is qualifying matches only. So we'll just run through all of those over the course of 2 days. Something like that sounds good. So yeah, I think that's going to be our game plan. So if you want to see the GSL qualifier games, we'll do it Wednesday and Thursday. I just can't really do it any sooner. Tuesday I've got as a full day off. Yeah, I'm not going to be here at all on Tuesday. It's my first proper full day off in quite a while. Well, I guess I had Easter Sunday off as well. It's one of the few days off I've had this month. We've been busy streaming all month long. So, I'll not be here Tuesday, and then Wednesday, and then Monday's obviously WardiTV Mondays. Obviously tomorrow is WardiTV Spring Championship Finals, so Wednesday is really just our next day to kind of do it. So that will be when I do it. Like I say, you'll probably catch them on a bunch of other channels long before then. So enjoy them wherever you choose to watch them. I'm excited to get into some GSL myself. As a starport coming through, CC building, Cyclone, and a couple of Marines all coming out. The Reaper of ByuN will come across the map as well, heading down to the bottom left-hand corner currently. And Gateway coming about, the Blink coming online, Marines and the Siege Tank coming up as well. Cyclone will lock on, the Adepts are going to get chased, that first Adept going down already. So one Adept will just fall straight away. Just going to have our Blink still very much so coming through on the Twilight Council. And the Stalker will be punching through that Reaper. So the Reaper goes down in the main base as well. That will drop as Marines and the Cyclone of ByuN make their way through the top and over to the far left. Blink is coming through, Siege Tank, Banshee, Marines, Cloaking. All continue to come through. Blink coming in, Clem. And the next is coming about, just getting that set up on the third. A couple of Marines get going, the Cloak coming through. Yeah, just getting set up, guys. Charges on the way here from Clem as well. Just going to get that Chrono boosting along. Very passive game, no? Just very chill. The Reaper and the Adept going down. We'll see what I mean, that's not going to last forever because obviously the Banshees are coming across. At the very least, they are going to be able to start doing some damage here in the near future. As the Banshee comes around the top side, Starport going to swap on over. The Barracks will switch over to the Tech Lab as well in a few moments. Get all of that ready as we play a bit of swap doodles. Again, those Banshees gathering up as well. And Siege Tank, Marauder, Stim. A little bit of everything coming through in that regard. Just have ourselves the +1 of the charge coming online. Third Nexus setting up, and the Observer of Clem begins to move out onto the map. So, well, it was going to, but now it's going to pull back. Decided to go a different way. And 7 +1 coming about here. Just getting ourselves the charge and the +1 on the way from Clem. Waiting for some action as everyone's just sat back, chilling for the moment. Marines get the Observer. Tanks gather. Probe still moving across. So another couple of Zealots coming around. We do see the Banshees heading around in the main base as well. So again, just moving about a little bit with these guys. Observer going to be there, keeping an eye on said Banshees, seeing what they're up to. Again, Stim Combat and +1 all coming by for the moment. Rubber Bay and the Immortal coming up. Five more Zards going through, the Stalkers and a couple more Zards setting up as well. As those upgrades finish up on the side of ByuN, you can see the couple of Banshees coming through on the bottom side. Still got the +1 coming about. Colossus coming over. The army of Clem getting between the natural and the third base. The army is going to be moving through from ByuN right now, so away we go. quite a sizable force, right? 3 tanks, good amount of bio. I mean, it ought to be for how slow going this game has been. Not been anything to kind of interact with. I'm going to build the third on position during this as he sets up. Clem is just going to go diving in immediately. The Colossus trails behind. He blinks in with immediate effect, so no fear at all in that regard. Just gets going straight away. I don't know how great that really was. I mean, he does knock down all of the siege tank, which is obviously great. Brings the Observer back because he was worried about being able to actually see the Banshees. Blinking through and getting a grab there as we continue to play the chase. So Clem is going to push ByuN back. I felt like the initial part of this trade was not great for Clem, but like I said, at least you got rid of the siege tanks to get rid of a lot of the power that's there. A lot of the, you know, factory units are now gone. We see obviously a couple of Widow Mines being brought into play. Those are the only real factory units left on the map currently. So a moment or so here where Clem can come across this map and now start applying some pressure as he steps over. We have ourselves the CC just building up in the center. +2 in the center. Thermal lands coming about. The bio still getting chased away for a few moments. Results still being chased for now. And +2 thermal lands coming about. The CC coming over. The bio force is going to try and jump in. A couple of stalkers taking hits already as well. That Mortal's going to go down too. Clem might have just come a bit too far. I mean, ByuN, another stem, no? Oh, sees a Colossus on the bottom side. Clem with a miss rally. So Colossus goes down. Might not have even been a miss rally versus just a rally that came in at an unfortunate time. Because obviously it wanted to be here. Clem's army is nearby. Just the way that this army being pushed and Clem not keeping track of it is going to end up being punishing. I get rid of the other Colossus. Like I said, I was surprised ByuN didn't chase that more aggressively in the first place. Really felt like that was going to be a pretty obvious and pretty easy option for him to kind of go for. 2 more gates coming about. The Colossus coming in. Add a battery on this group of Zealots. Just going to work through the rocks here. The Marine's just going to be able to knock down the Obs. ByuN again has been an absolute observer sniper today. I'm scared because I'm observing this game right now. He might shoot me down next the way he's going. He's not left one on the map, I swear. There's a couple of those Zealots get chased away too. So Clem unable to really get anything going there. And ByuN definitely taking a bit of control on the army supply at the moment. So definitely looking to go a little bit nicer right now. Just have ourselves a selection of these units from Clem once again trying to step up. Again, using the Colossus range and these little teeth in the middle of the map going to make it awkward. ByuN actually going to lose a lot of units during that. And now the Stalker's going to get rid of a medevac too with that blink. Also able to zone some HP off of a Viking too, which is nice. Because obviously you really want to start making sure that they're not in too high in numbers, that this Colossus can live through as well. Bio fights back. A couple Zealots getting chased the other way. Ghost, Marine, Marauders, Marines, Vikings, and Mines. Bit of everything coming through. The army of Clem pulling back a second. Widow Mine goes down. Second Widow Mine going down as well. Obviously, ByuN's taking this forward gold base for the middle of the map. I'm a little bit worried because obviously it's a more difficult position for him to defend than it might need to be. Like, if he was over here, it'd be much easier. It's much more of a choke for the pros to move through. Right now, Clem is utilizing these Colossus very well in an open space. So he can kind of get everything through as well. Zealots can get a good wraparound if they commit. And ByuN taking damage on that orbital. Zealots are still just... I mean, the thing is as well, Clem is just walking units across the map. So this is also just closer for Clem to walk units too. Pulling back, keeping the Colossus alive, getting them to target the SCVs a little. A few Zealots from the middle get turned back the other way. Clem still keeping those Colossus alive nicely. So much stimming because Clem is constantly forcing ByuN to fight. And as long as ByuN is fighting, he has to be stimmed. And if he's stimmed, that's a lot of damage on this army. The medevacs are not getting enough time to heal up properly. EMPs come down at the tail end of this. One Colossus obviously fell eventually with all of the trades going on. Well, the sentries get knocked away. A couple of Zealots coming back the other side. Stalkers blinking through once again. I mean, now I feel like ByuN's maybe stepped a bit too far forward. This sequence of events has gone in Clem's favor. Felt like ByuN had a lead like 2 minutes ago, and now Clem's walking onto this gold base with not a lot to really stop him. The Banshee in the back, though, has helped to get rid of the Colossus, so we take that. That's a W. That's actually kind of well that this Banshee just hits that Colossus the entire time. Benefit of being so good at knocking down those, benefit of being so good at knocking down those, freaking observers, right? Is that the Banshees are actually going to have longevity in this game. It's another Zell that gets picked off once more as a few mules drop down as we keep this gold base of mining. Back at home, we've got ourselves a 4-base going to 5-base setup from Clem. So 5 bases. Going to be a very strong economy soon, while ByuN is just trying to hang on into that that third base at the moment. 45 SCVs only for ByuN as well, so he is absolutely hurting right now. Stalker step up, they find a Widow Mine there. As now we will slow and settle for a moment or two, it seems. Stalker's going to go after another mine. Just going to see the shot coming through. Colossus is going to be just in the back there as well. We do have ourselves again the rest of this Bioforce still coming about, still getting gathered. Crow's going down the other side. Banshee actually showed up over there, but this fight's about to happen, and oh my god, the Widow Mine just hit all the Vikings, no? The Widow Mine just helped kill the Viking. Oh god, just in case it was not already kind of looking a little bit rough for ByuN, I don't think that's going to do him any favors. The Colossus does go down, so Stalker's fighting against low HP ByuNs. The Medivacs have a bit of healing left on them. So we're going to be able to keep it going for a few more moments at the very least. Again, a couple new Colossus added on still here from Clem as well. Just trying to bring all of that up for the moment as we have ourselves the Bioforce coming through once more. Artifacts just have to lift off, peeling away. A couple Stalkers hitting the Marauders still. I'm just going to say GG. Gets bullied away in the end, and Clem is going to knock out one of the only remaining... Well, he is now the only remaining non-Protoss player. Funnily enough, he wins it as the Protoss player. He knocks out ByuN. ByuN will finish top 6, and Clem will move into the top 4 alongside Down and MaxPax, who are in that upper bracket final. And of course, we also have Hero in the lower bracket playing Classic. That'll be our opening match tomorrow. Let's have a peek at the bracket, guys. At the end of today, this is what it looks like. So we will be having ourselves tomorrow the following matches. Give us a little refresh. So Hero vs Classic will start the day off, and then naturally there's only really one way to do this. Hero vs Classic, the winner will play against Clem, then we'll jump up to the PvP over here, then the lower bracket final, and then the grand final. We have got to absolutely pray that Clem wins this series. Because otherwise it's going to be PvP, PvT, PvPv, PvP. I would really like to not have only PvP for the rest of the day. Like PvP, PvT, PvP, PvT. Even if this is PvP, then fine. Please. Please let Clem beat Hero or Classic tomorrow, guys. Please, I beg you. For the final day of my tournament, give me one thing. If anything, give me one thing. Alright, guys, that's going to be our bracket tomorrow for the WardiTV Spring Championship, so make sure you drop by for that. One more time today, again, if you've enjoyed the stream, do all the usual stuff with the following, the liking, the subscribing. You can obviously Twitch Prime sub as well, help support the channel and all the other usual revenues. Thank you so much to everyone who's been using the membership system on the YouTube today. We've been gifting memberships. We've been getting memberships regularly. It's super awesome to see. And of course, we've had a bunch of gifted subs and love on the Twitch channel as well. As, yeah, the one thing I'm obviously going to bring up at the end here is, of course, this tournament is part of the WardiTV 2025 series. We've now announced the full plan for that this year, and crowdfunding is open. If you want to check that out, you can head on over to !2025 in the Twitch chat, or I will post the link in the YouTube chat one more time today. Again, we're about 24 hours in, and we're coming up to 50% of our initial funding goal, but again, that goal is not necessarily just a hard and fast goal. Like, this is just money that will go towards players. If you enjoy StarCraft 2, you want more support for the scene, you want to support the players, you want to keep StarCraft 2 healthy, then we need to support the players and keep people playing StarCraft, and that's what this tournament series is all about, getting money into the pockets of the players. So do check that out. Again, 100% of your pledges on the 2025 series will go to the players. This is not, you know, I'm not pocketing anything of this. I'm very happy myself. We're making money through the stream and stuff already. Like, that's good. This is all about supporting the players as best as we can. So do check that out with an exclamation mark 2025 with a link in the YouTube chat. And with that, guys, I'm going to call it a day and head off, and I will see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day. I've got to head off. It's been a long one, so I'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of the WardiTV Spring Championship. I'll see you there. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow.